Hey y'all, sprinkle sprinkle. How are y'all? Anyway, first, I need to say thank you to someone who sent me a gift from my wish list off of Amazon. Thank you so much, Bianca. She sent me, I had some cute little fuzzy pink house slippers and a pink satin robe on my wish list. And she was so sweet to send it to me. So thank you so much. I'm going to be wearing this. It's so nice. I really appreciate you. Um, put that up there. And then also the slippers. So thank you, Bianca. I can see this later on. I really appreciate you. Let's see the shoes. Okay. Some little cute fuzzy pink slippers to match my cute robe. I like to have different robes and slipper pairs. So I have I have house outfits. So I have robes and slippers that match each robe, and that's going to be one of them. So I have a pink one. I have a black one with floral like stuff on it. I have a bougie cream one with like feathers with the feather slippers to match. So I have a little collection now. So thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Miss Bianca, for adding to my bougie home lounge robe and slipper collection. Sprinkle, sprinkle. All right. So, how are y'all? So let's talk about this looks maxing thing. We're hearing about it everywhere, and I'm glad that people are doing it because a lot of people need to do it, need to do it. Now, there's levels to it, and a lot of times it takes a while to find your signature look or your best look or just a good look in general. So I say don't be afraid to experiment to find it so that you can practice looks maxing. Get out there and figure it out. You're turning 18, going to college. What advice do you have for me? I want a provider and have fun. Girl, you just turned 18. You don't have the mental capacity at this point because you got to focus on school. You're going to have to go off campus to find a provider, baby. And I always tell women, if you're going to college, your provider that you're going to seek out outside of the campus is going to be in the field that you're going into. So whatever it is you're trying to do professionally once you graduate, that's where you need to be hanging out and meeting men that are already in the field. So by the time you get to a certain age, they can sort of feel like, they were your mentor at some point. You get a good job, or they can just like give you money to help you with your books and all this kind of good stuff. But at the same time, you need to be dealing with men that are going to be in your field, and that whole college student thing. I need help with books. I need help with tuition. That can go a long way as far as getting your money. All right. Thank you, girl. Sprinkle, sprinkle. What small business do you recommend to open? It doesn't matter what I recommend. I recommend opening something you're passionate about. Because if you're not passionate about what you're doing, it's not going to work out for you. So whatever it is that you're passionate about, that's what you need to think about. Okay. What are you passionate about? What do you don't mind spending time on? What type of business is going to be repeat business? What businesses are going to appeal to women because they spend the most money? Okay. So just think about it. Just sit down in a room and think, turn off your social media and figure it out. You will figure it out. You just have to know what works for you, your area, your demographic, who are your customers are going to be. You need to figure that out first. Mm-hmm. Sprinkle, sprinkle. All right. So I know a lot of y'all are trend followers or, whatever's popular on TikTok at the time. That's what y'all do. But a lot of y'all need to realize just because something is trendy doesn't mean that's always going to be your best look or that you should, try it. You know what I mean? Sometimes you just need to keep what's best for you instead of trying every crazy looking trend. For example, you opened a nail lash room with his money. Good for you, ma'am. Sprinkle, sprinkle. As long as you're making your money, that's all that matters, right? Okay, that's right. Thank you, ma'am. Oh, should I move out because his kid gets on my nerves? He wants me to be a girl, a stepmom, and we're not married. I don't feel like, girl, he just got you for some free babysitting. Yeah, I would have been gone. So how much is a nanny and how much is a babysitter? Is he even giving you some money, girl? Mm-hmm. Sound like you got duped. You paid off all your debt living here and saved a bit. Shit, girl, what's done is done, baby. You don't. If you tired of being a nanny for free room and board, it's time to go. That's what it was. Free room and board for in exchange for being a nanny and other things. Okay, the super cute gym manager, older, invited me to dinner, but I doubt he's wealthy and I am hesitant to accept, not sure what to do. Tell him you got a boyfriend. Tell him you're, yeah, tell him you got a boyfriend. That's what you do. Gym manager, did you look up how much money they make? Probably not that much. You're correct. But it's always hard to turn down men based on, you don't want to be mean and you don't want to say, well, you don't earn enough money for me. Why are you even stepping to me? Why are you asking me out? It's kind of hard to do, especially if you're gonna go back to that gym. It's like, no, I don't really think it's wise to date people from the gym, or you can say you got a boyfriend. That way he won't think it's him, which it is. You said trust. I am TYSM for everything. Okay. I don't even know what that is, but thank you, ma'am. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Goddess, you look stunning. You could get away. You could do way better than that. Goddesses, goddess. Okay. I don't know. Yeah. You could do way better than a gym manager for sure. You could do, remember who you are. And gym managers, stop asking women out on dates at the gym. They don't want you. They looking for them rich men. Okay? Sprinkle. Is this a fake background? No, man, this is real. Y'all don't see all this junk right here? Sitting here? There's a box, a green pillow, a robe I just put over there. All right. I'm trying to do my nails right now. I'm gluing on some press-on nails. All right. Thank you, ma'am. Trying to make you uncomfortable while working out. Yeah. Men should know better than that. So, like, it's so funny. Men always complain. Well, when an average man walks up to a woman and asks her out, she gets offended. But if he was rich, she would be smiling. That's right. So stop coming up to us broke. Okay, that's an insult. Shoot, y'all don't even know what y'all doing when y'all be thinking that, oh, this is a pretty lady. Let me go ask her out, and your pockets is dry. That is offensive. That's why you don't need to do it. Sure, you look incredible. Where is the lip combo? Okay, ma'am. All I have on is some Tom Ford lipstick. Um, the color is Velvet Cherry. Number 6, I think. Velvet Cherry by Tom Ford. And I'm also doing my nails to match. Well, with a little bling on there. I had these nails forever, so I decided to put them on today. I don't know. um, you're multitasking, but you're so glad that I'm multitasking too. I'm doing my nail. How y'all doing? You're on deposit, but he's purposely giving me less than I asked for. And you should always ask for what, ladies? Double. What did I keep telling y'all? Because y'all asked me this question about 20 times alive. And I always tell y'all, ask for double. And you never have to worry about getting less than what you actually need. Okay? He's giving you less than I asked for, and you're not happy. He told me to give him 6 months to get, girl, it's time to find another one. He's broke. If they tell you to wait and they don't have enough money, baby. Just keep taking whatever he's giving you and work on getting another man that can also, give you what you need. Okay. That man is struggling. He can't afford to do what he's doing. So just add another one to the roster so you can, continue money. That's what y'all got to do. One ain't enough. What do I use in my water line? And does it smudge? I use like two things. I use regular waterproof eyeliner, the cheap kind from the drugstore. I think it's Wet n Wild. And then, or I use a shadow stick, a black eyeshadow stick that's also waterproof in 24 hours. That one works really well. And then I use a liquid liner to do the corners and the outer corners. The first date on a boat, he's bringing more people. Okay, that's good because that way you won't be afraid to get thrown off. I kind of like that. Sprinkle. It's safer with more people. Get you an air tag. Sprinkle. See if you could some people too. Maybe you could bring your friend. He said, sounds more like a party. Yeah. Is it a yacht party? See, I only go on boats with people I trust. If I don't trust you, I ain't getting on a boat with you. Like that's more like relationship stuff, in my opinion. Or maybe down the line after you've been dating a while. It's not a good look for a first date because first of all, is it his boat? How many women does he take on this boat for their first date? Are you just a party favor? Like my thoughts are just going to be going out. Like I'm not so desperate where I'd be excited if somebody invited me on a first date to a boat. I need to know all the details. Who gonna be there? Is it your boat? Where this boat is going? And it definitely ain't gonna be on a first date. Sprinkle. That's for them young chicks that are party favors. If you're not a party favor, I suggest you ask to do some other type of date. You know what I mean? All right. They don't take you seriously. They just take you as a party favor, in my opinion. But, some women don't mind being a party favor, or some women don't mind at all. Some women do. So whichever makes you happy and keeps, and maybe, think about your safety, whatever, and make the best decision. Sprinkle. That's right. A lot of women just want to take pictures on a boat and have fun and meet people. And, as long as you're safe about it and you feel okay, that's fine. But remember, I don't think anyone's taking that seriously if you're a party favor on going on a boat on a first date with a bunch of people. Unless it's like a small, like couples thing and they're bringing other couples and they're trying to rent out a boat with different people because they can't afford it on their own. I don't know, man. But I'd rather just do a first date that's not with a bunch of people on a boat. It's kind of impersonal. And it sounds too much like he's trying to impress you with something that maybe he don't really have, like, and he wants to impress other people as well by bringing you. So it doesn't seem like it's about you at all. It seems like it's really about him. Just think about it like that. I don't feel that's really about you. Which personality do men like? Dumb and intelligent? It just depends on the situation, what you're acting dumb about, and the type of man. It's not men aren't all men aren't the same. Okay, you just have to make them think that they're smarter than you. That's it. You can be smart about certain things, but they need to feel like they're smarter than you still, even if they're not. And you're not going to be smart in everything. So you can play dumb to get what you want. But if you play too dumb, they're going to know you're playing dumb. So it has to be believable, you know, has to be believable. Like asking questions and acting like you don't really know, but you're trying to figure it out. Like, oh, well, tell me more. That's a you know a classy way to play dumb by saying, oh, well, tell me more. I'm so curious. It means you're learning from them, and men love teaching women. Okay. What are your thoughts about online relationships? Are they real? Um, I don't really think online relationships are real because they're not in person. So why would they be real? You know? I mean, you can connect with somebody friendship wise, but I don't think like romantic online relationships are real unless they're in person, you know? Sprinkle, sprinkle. All right, my nails are done. They match the fit. I'm doing like a really gaudy look today, as you can see, all the jewelry. So I have on like some gold sandals, and then I have this like two-piece set on, and I'm just kind of like doing a little bit like over the top, kind of like a maximalist today. So love it. Dating a provider, but he's not cute, girl. They're not supposed to be cute. Shoot. That's how you lose the game. Yeah, I just put some press-ons on because I need to pop them off. I'm in the process of moving, so I'm not trying to get anything done at the nail salon. So when I want to like have some cute nails, I'll just put on some press-ons and take them off later if I need to. But these are press-ons. You said it's giving mob wife in the best way. Yeah, that's what I'm going for. Maximalist mob wife look. I might go out later, or we might go to dinner later or something like that. We'll see. Doo-doo-doo-doo. Tell us our 6 favorite perfumes. Well, Love Potion number 7, of course, is going to be number 1 by Free Limited. And it is linked at the top of the live comments as well as the description bar. You guys need to get my Love Potion number 7. It's an elevated, sexy, grown woman gourmand. And y'all are going to love it. You say you made the terrible mistake and lost money on a user, manipulated enough to go to a notary to get money back later. Girl. Psh, what would you do? Girl, I wouldn't have been stupid. That's what I would have done. Like, you never do anything financial for a man, ever. You never sign papers on behalf of a man. You never do anything financial on behalf of a man, no matter what he promises you, girl. Okay? No matter what. They don't like you if they're asking you to help them. Just remember that. They don't like you if they need your help financially. They don't like you. They're using you, they're setting you up, and know that you're desperate enough to do it for some type of male attention. That's why you're never, ever supposed to help a man financially or legally on paper. Do you understand? You have to learn the lesson. That's all you can do is sit there and say, I was dumb. I learned my lesson, and I will never do it again. Men depend on women being desperate in order for them to be able to scam you like that? Were you desperate? You're not supposed to be doing that. Okay. You can report him to the authorities for scamming you, and that's all you can do, and hope that they could do the rest. You had coffee, chat for networking, an old rich man. With an old rich man, okay. He said I can call him. He was eager to help me find a job and girl, what are y'all doing? What countries are y'all from? I know y'all ain't American. Y'all ain't greedy enough to be us. Cause y'all are too nice over there. What are y'all doing? Going to coffees with an old man that's not giving you money but giving you job applications, and this chick over here getting scammed. What do y'all not? Y'all need to study American women, because y'all getting on my nerves. Don't ask me no dumb questions no more. Y'all over there drinking coffee, bean juice with old people where everybody can see you. Don't have no money in your pockets. They're telling you where to go find a job. You could have found a job online. And the other chick signing paperwork for some dude who don't even like you. What's wrong with y'all? Y'all need to start looks maxing, so y'all don't have to be going on these pathetic dates and dealing with these types of that don't even like y'all. Y'all need to go ahead and get to the mirror and looks max to the point to where y'all won't be these victims anymore. Okay? Because if y'all were looking good, y'all will be calling the shots. Y'all need to do better. Okay? This is ridiculous. Okay? No. What is looks maxing? It's when you max out your looks. That means you looking too good to get approached by any type of dust, asked on any type of coffee date, or asked to sign any type of paperwork, or give any type of money to some man. They're going to be giving you the money. They're going to be maxing out their credit card, and they're going to be approaching you, doing whatever you need them to do because you look good. You're supposed to look good so you don't have to settle for less. That means you need to take all that energy and all that free time you got and put it into yourself so you look good, period. Look better than you look right now. Whatever you look like right now, look max is looking better than that and looking like your best self, as best as you can get it at the time. And then continuously improving upon yourself to keep up the look maxing. Okay? You said I'm all disappointed. I'm disappointed because these women keep falling for the okie doke for these men. Like y'all get so excited about the brokest kind of attention. If it's broke attention, I don't want it. Keep it. It's not worth anything, You said I missed the super chat. Hold on. I already answered this. Like, did you just send another one? Okay, let's see. Should just have fun. What age to look for provider? Yes, ma'am. You should just have fun. Don't get pregnant. Protect yourself. Don't take any of those relationships seriously. None of those guys are going to be your future husband, especially if they ain't got no money. Okay? Just have fun. Be safe. Do not get pregnant. Date also have more than one that you're dating. You don't have to be sleeping with everybody. You could have an off-campus life and an on-campus life. You know what I mean? You could date older guys that are off-campus who can, get you somewhere, get you some money in that account. And you can have a little boyfriend on campus, but just don't get pregnant by him, okay? And that's your future man, and don't follow him around and like a pygmy. Just understand why you're there and enjoy your college experience. You know what I'm saying? Thank you. Sprinkle, sprinkle. You feel like you always have the same answer to the same questions, and yet people still don't listen. I think they're special and it's going to be different for them. Nope, it's going to be the same answer. What do I think about the current dating pool? Well, if you like dating married men, there's a lot of men available out there if you like married men. There's a lot of down low men out there if you like a mystery. Um, there's a lot of broke men out there if you want to waste your time. There's also a lot of men that have money. If you go to the rich side of town and you get to know them, you can secure your little sugar daddy. But if you're dating to find true love, it's gonna be harder. It's gonna be harder for y'all. Okay, because ain't nobody looking for true love anymore. So it depends on the reason that you're dating, whether it's hard or not, or whether the dating pool is good or not. What are y'all saying? He's married and don't want to be seen in public. Gave you $100 only and invites you to his office. Girl, $100 ain't worth nothing, girl. Take that money and tell him to make 1,000. Don't go up to that man's office. He only gave you $100. And he ain't making no money or something. That's chump change, baby. Tell him to send you $1,000. You need money for your rent. Then maybe you can come see him at his office during lunch, and he could take you out to lunch, or he can order you some lunch in while y'all sit in his office and discuss future plans. Like all your bills that are due and Aunt Ethel and whatnot. Stop thinking $100 is okay. I can understand if y'all are used to dating dust, and a man has never given you money. You might feel some type of way about yourself. Your confidence level may go up because some man gave you $100. Great. Let that go to your confidence. Let it boost it. But remember, it's still nothing compared to what you should be getting. That's why looks maxing is important, because if you were like top tier, $100 would have been an insult to you. So this just tells you, you're doing okay, but you could be doing way better. Okay. You could be doing way better than just $100. Okay. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Yeah, $100. I spend that every time I take my kids out to eat. It's nothing. That's DoorDash for 3 people plus tip. Oh, do better. That's gas money, girl. Save his number under gas money in your phone, like under the contacts. Be like, y'all got my nails now, so I'm like all extra. Be like, okay, your name is whatever your name is, and then put gas money under it. So whenever he calls or texts you, it just says gas money. Because that's all he gave was gas money. Okay. Gas money to come see him. That's about it. Okay. So looks maxing. We want to talk about that. Okay. So let's talk about that. All right. I got so many wigs. Y'all have seen me looking crazy, cute, and in between, right? Let me give y'all some tips since y'all are here for this. Okay. Looks maxing is doing what makes you look your best. Now, some women don't look good in a ton of makeup. Some women look good in less makeup. Some women look good in a ton of makeup. Some women look good either way. All right. I have a ton of makeup right now. Y'all have seen me with less makeup and more makeup probably than that. I'm wearing lashes, my liner, I have my eyebrows drawn in, of course. I did my contour, and then I have a red lip and full coverage foundation, stuff like that. This, in my opinion, is giving mop wife. This is the look I'm going for today. This is not what I look my best in, which is probably why I shouldn't have made this video, but I just want to go ahead and cover it because it was on my mind. But I think my looks max is when I have less makeup on than this, a nude or like a pink lip, no lashes at all, but like a good mascara. I think I look the best that way. But I'm doing the mob wife look today. So even though I'm a mob widow, okay, yeah, okay. So looks maxing is when you look your best and you stick with that particular look in order to gain the pretty privilege, the opportunities, and all that kind of stuff. Okay. So I think most women need a good foundation, bronzer or contour to like elevate those cheekbones. Everybody needs to learn how to contour. Okay. Everybody needs to learn how to do, lip liner on their lips, find a cute lipstick color or whatever. You need a good setting spray because some of y'all say, I can't wear makeup. Y'all get on my nerves. Y'all don't know how to wear makeup. Don't say you can't wear it. Say you don't know how to do it and go learn. All right. And you need to start off with some good skincare because if your face is braille, it's because you're not taking care of it. You have to be on top of that skincare like you're obsessed with yourself. Okay. Some of y'all aren't obsessed with yourself. That's why y'all skin don't look like it. All right. A person obsessed with themselves, their skin always look good. All right. So if you're not obsessed with yourself, you got to get on it. Okay. My skincare routine is about 10 steps, 10 at the most. All right. On a good day, it's about 7. When I'm in a hurry, it's probably 5. Okay. Every day, twice a day. You need a good start to your makeup, which is the skincare. So, and you need to be drinking water. If you don't drink water, something wrong with you. Okay. Half the water. Too much sugar messes up your skin. Get off all that sugar. Try something sugar-free or just drink water or tea with no sugar. Okay. It wasn't a date. It was coffee chat through LinkedIn. He was 60. I'm 24, just graduated, and already tired of working. What to do? Get off LinkedIn, go to the rich side of town. All right? Sprinkle. That meant LinkedIn is to find jobs. Rich side of town is to find sugar daddies. Okay? There you go. Rich side of town is to find sugar daddies. LinkedIn is to find jobs. You said, what should I do if provider isn't ready for a family? Date another one that is. Sprinkle. Are y'all married? Listen to me. Are y'all married or are you not married? If you're married, go ahead and have a baby. If you ain't married, go ahead and start dating somebody else. A smooth transition to a man who is ready for a family, who also is a provider. Okay. Because you shouldn't put your life on hold because a man wants something or don't want something. Maybe you need to date an older provider. You know what I mean? And most of the time, all men are going to tell you they don't want no family. All right. They don't want the responsibility. They don't want the attention taken away from them. None of them want it. All right. So you figure it out. If you ain't married, don't even do it. Sprinkle. Find someone else. Y'all always so concerned about what a man wants. What do you want? Then go do it. He buys you gifts time to time, but it's so slow that it irritates me. I can't deal with, okay, you need 3 men. Stop waiting on one and have 3. All right. Of course, it's irritating. You're sitting there waiting on one who's slow. You need to have 3. While this one is getting his stuff together, the other 2 are doing what they need to do. Okay. If you're going to be with a slow person that's slow to do everything and you don't see the solution to it, which is having more than one, you're not married, right? So date more than one. Get more than one gift. That way, it don't seem like you're waiting on one, but you're waiting on some, and those are going to come faster than some, that other one. If you go to the rich, someone says, if you go to the rich side of town, look good enough for men to approach you. Okay. And they'll do all the talking. Can you level up, help my financial glow up? Can I level up, help my financial glow up? Yeah, your level up can definitely help your financial glow up. Okay. The better you look, the richer the type of men who will approach you and be interested in you. Okay. The uglier you look, the more dust you're going to attract. Okay. There you go. The better you, the more raises you're going to get, more opportunities in business, better jobs, because people like attractive people. That's just natural. We are humans. People like that. Mhm. And also looks maxing. Sometimes you're gonna have to go out by yourself when you're looks maxing. When you're looking good, you can't bring a bunch of other people with you. You have to be this main character. It's gonna stand out, and you don't need any negativity around you. You don't need no distractions around you. You need to get cute and go do things by yourself. Okay. That's also part of it. Because if you're gonna put all this effort and energy into what you look like, you need it to make more of an impact. So go out by yourself. Okay. Sprinkle, sprinkle. You said you're 23, go to all these events you suggest, like early morning car shows, art galleries, bars, bike, boats clubs. What else? Just keep going out. You're okay. The whole point of being social in real life is being social. You're supposed to be open and friendly to meeting anybody, not just men. Okay. Because when you meet other women, when you meet other people, it could lead to getting invited to more places. And then you might, be introduced to men. You're supposed to just be open everywhere you go because opportunity will find you. You know what I mean? If you look like you're just going somewhere to meet men, people can tell. People can tell the desperate energy. They can tell if you just go because you are interested in whatever they're doing, if that's something that you like, if that's something that, is something that you're really into. And people can see that on your face too, if you're really enjoying yourself or if you're just looking for anybody to pay attention to you. You know what I mean? So you got to go to things that you enjoy, that you have fun with, that you look like you're having the best time ever. And when people see that you're having the best time ever and you're happy and you're really into it, because that's probably why they are there, that they're really into it, they feel like you might have something in common with them. And that's when they'll more likely approach and talk to you because you seem like you're just having the best time. You love where you're at, da 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 da. Instead of that desperate energy, like, please, somebody come talk to me. People can feel that. That's why it's important when you go out to literally go and do the things you enjoy naturally already. You don't like art shows or car shows, don't go to them. Find things that you're interested in, or maybe the type of car you really like. Maybe there's a brand of car that's going to have a car show, go to that. If you don't like all types of art, wait until there's an art exhibit or an art show or an art gallery that's showing the type of art that you're interested in. But you don't have to do all of those things. You can just choose what you're interested in and people will naturally gravitate towards you if you're giving off that energy of like you're enjoying yourself. He didn't get you the gifts he promised. I got really upset. He got mad, took my cards, pulled back. Cause girl, why didn't you buy the gift the cards he gave you? See, y'all are doing too much. You need 3 men. I'm gonna tell all of y'all this. You sitting over there arguing about a gift that he didn't give you, and you got 3 of his cards. You could have went and bought your own gift with them cards. Or you could have got another man to buy them gifts. That man don't like you enough to do what you need him to do. Okay? And you got cards and stuff. I don't know if he's paying bills or whatever. You need 2 men. Stop trying to put everything on one. They can't do it. That's why you need 3. Okay? If it's me and I have to sit there and beg some man for a gift and he don't come through, but I got all his credit cards, either I'm gonna buy my own gift with his credit cards or I'm gonna ask somebody else. You ain't married. Remember that. Stop depending on one man and putting all your eggs in one basket and then getting upset because you depended on one man when you need to have 2 and 3. And you know this. All men are going to disappoint you. Repeat after me. All men are going to disappoint you. No man is perfect. That's 3. All right. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Y'all act like I don't say this every live 20,000 times. Stop arguing over stupid stuff. Collect money. Remember why you're there. Are you there for the dumb gift or are you there for the credit cards? What you there for? Y'all need to get your mind right. What are you there for? The credit cards or the dumb gift? Will you leave after you got the gift? Then why are you ending all the credit cards over it? You didn't know he was going to take the credit cards? You didn't know he was going to call you ungrateful for getting mad because he didn't buy you a gift? Well, that's why you need 2 backups And you need 3 total. Because if you don't get mad if you know the other one's gonna get you a better gift. You don't get mad when you already know the other one got you. You don't get mad when you say, "Well, I'll just ask the other one." You see how your emotions can be intact when you got backup? Stop getting so emotional. That's why you need a backup. Y'all emotional women need the most backups because y'all don't know how to act. Do you understand? So if you're an over emotional person that can't control their emotions and starts screaming and crying and whining and stuff like that, that's why you need a backup. So you don't have to do that. So when he says no or he doesn't have what you wanted or he disappoints you, you can literally just say, well, I bet the other one will come through in your mind. To say that in your mind, and you're not going to overreact. You're going to think, that's okay. You tried. And get the gift elsewhere and keep them credit cards, girl. Y'all learn how to move strategically instead of emotionally. You're a Cancer, you can't help it. Okay, well, any excuse not to get your money sound like Dusty to me. You can make all the excuses you want, but you are in control of your own mind and your actions. You can't say that in court. You can't say I'm a Cancer. I'm sorry, I can't help that I overreacted, Judge. You can't say that in court. So don't say it to me. You know how to control the emotions with logic, pausing and thinking before you react. That's how. Even when you answer someone else, you help me so much. You bring so much clarity to my decision making. I'm gonna move into my own apartment and continue to level up. Thank you. Okay, ma'am, that's a great idea. Sprinkle. Thank you. Yep. You said you need another man. Don't we all, girl? Don't we all? Thank you, Tiny Field. Sprinkle. I appreciate you, girl. How to deal with very insecure and emotionally exhausted provider. Girl, I don't. I'm not going to deal with that. He pays for all my bills and wants to make me his girlfriend, but I hate everything about him. Then lie to him and say, I'm your girlfriend, and then stay super busy with other things. He can only claim you by name. He already knows that he's not likable, okay? That man already knows he's not likable. That's why he's trying to seal the deal with you. He knows that he can't keep you because don't nobody like him. Do you understand? So just pretend while you're with him that you really like him. Put on your fake smile and call him honey, sugar, sweetie, boyfriend, and then collect his money and then go be busy. Oh, I'm so sorry. I have to go. I promised my Aunt Ethel I'd help her. Lie to his face, boost his little ego, call him honey, sweetie, cutie, give him some pet names, and then tell him you're super busy. He's not going to want to lose that, connection, even though it's fake, with you by saying, oh, you don't do this, you don't do this, because nobody likes him. Do you understand? So therefore, he's going to take what he can get. Do you understand? But you got to be a good actress and stay busy. There you go. You stay busy, he's going to be like, I don't want to risk losing her. I don't want to risk losing her. So he ain't going to say that. You said, oh man, don't take you seriously. What to do? You're 22. Oh, you're too young to be taken seriously. See, as a 22-year-old, I was like this is what I want. I had my standards super high and I did not budge. When you have boundaries and super high standards, people take you seriously. Okay. When you laugh at everything and whatever, everything is good to go and, whatever, people don't respect you. Okay. You got to stand on business. As a 22-year-old, you want to be taken seriously. All right. You got to be like, well, I don't do this and I don't do that. And if you want to, date me, this is what is required. People take you seriously then. When you put some standards on you. Okay. Yeah, when they talk to you, don't come off as a dumb airbag. Come off as someone who knows their value and has high standards. How do you do start to do something you never done before? Just start doing it. Same way you did everything else that you ain't never did before. Same exact thing. Just start doing it. Okay. How do you stand on business while playing dumb? By having standards. Okay. You can have standards and play dumb at the same time. You said, are men obsessed with young age itself or more looks? I think men are obsessed with looks first, then age, because they can manipulate younger women, and younger women want less. You know what I mean? So, also, younger women are more appealing to older men because they have more money than the younger women. Think about it. Would a man approach a younger woman who's richer than them? Think about this. Or would they be intimidated? They wouldn't be able to impress the younger woman who was richer than him, right? Men go for women they can easily impress, who look pretty, and who are not as experienced and can't really tell if they're being manipulated. Okay. That's the appeal of younger women to men. Okay. You can have a woman, maybe my age, or maybe in her, like, late 30s, early 40s, late 40s, and they can be beautiful, as well, but the men can't manipulate them as easily. And those women are more expensive to deal with. Even though they have more in common with those women, even though those women are able to, share more, stories together and like the same type of music and like the same type of things. The reason why they can't impress those women is because those women are making just as much money as them. And they're probably smarter than them, most likely. And they have higher standards than younger women. So it's easier for men to go for the younger women. And I'm not knocking younger women because I used to be a younger woman and I used to date older men. And it's easier to get their money when you're young because they don't feel the pressure of having to do everything. Because as a younger woman, you have less expenses than an older woman. Like my expenses at 22, I spend that in one day. Now that I'm my age, my expenses for 1 month when I was 22 is what I spend in one day as a 47-year-old. Do you understand? So, you see the difference? It's crazy. At 22, I was excited to go shopping at the mall and buy one outfit from the store and then go to dinner. That was, oh my gosh, I'm in heaven. But at my age, it's not impressive, you know? So that's another reason why men like younger women, because they're easily impressed. But at any age, you need to be looks maxing at any age, young, middle-aged, and older. I love seeing older women put effort into how they look every day because it inspires the next generation after them to continue looks maxing, looking their best and putting themselves together. Because remember, a lot of women fell off of looking good when they saw people looking like trash. When they saw, oh, that lady left the house in her bonnet and her house slippers and her pajamas, then other people started doing it. And now they all out there looking crazy. Now women are going out looking put together, pretty, you know, like they care about themselves, and other women are doing the same. And when they see an older woman doing it, they have like inspo, and so that's going to be me in the future. When they see a middle-aged woman doing it, the younger women are saying, that's going to be me when I turn my auntie status or whatever. And then when the teenagers see the young adults, the young ladies looking all cute, that's going to be me. I'm going to be a baddie when I get grown. So you need to be inspiring for the next generation after you. You don't need to be a disappointment. You know what I'm saying? So It's important. Don't leave your house looking crazy. And some of y'all still gonna do it. How to balance living on my own, rent bills with my full-time job and podcast. You get a sugar daddy. Okay, y'all already know what I'm gonna say. Why are you juggling all that stuff? You need to get you a sugar daddy. To take off living with him and his daughter help me with the free rent. But okay, you trying to do too much at the same time. You got your rent money, you saved up. You know what? You're not a stepmom. Just hire a nanny with his money if you don't want to move out. Because you seem to be having a problem. You're not even his wife. You need to find a sugar daddy and make a smooth transition. If you don't want to be somebody's living girlfriend nanny. You know what I'm saying? You need to find a sugar daddy first. Work on it. All right. You need to sponsor me. And when I tell y'all this, so many women will get mad and say, well, you need to make it on your own. Well, she's asking how to do it fast. Okay? And that's the fastest way. Go get you a sugar daddy who got money to give and get that money. All right? You know why? Because it's going to take her a longer time and she wants to do it now. So, there you go. You have a boyfriend, but my dentist asked me out. I declined, but now, girl, what? He's early 40s. You're 25. Girl. How much your dentist make? How much do dentists make in your country? Why are y'all done? You ain't even married. You're single. That man probably make a lot of money. You should have said yes and went out. Don't matter if you have a boyfriend out. You ain't got no husband. If it was the other way around, that man would have said yes to a lady that asked him out that he actually might have liked or was attracted to. Why is Shira 7 teaching women to be gentiles? Because men aren't teaching men how to be men. Okay? Sprinkle. Why don't you go make yourself useful somewhere? All right. What you want me to do? Tell him to settle for the dusty down the street, still living at his mama house? You found out he was married after 3 years. He pays my bills, trips, and car. I have 2 years of school left. Stay early. Why would you leave? You've been dating him that long. He's and getting your money. I told y'all most men are going to be married, and it don't matter. Just get their money. Finish up school and get his money, because if you don't, somebody else will. If you could pass his number over here, I'll take his money. All right. Opinion. You need my opinion. 18 and 38-year-old won't leave you alone. Takes me voting. Spends $4,000 first month of knowing him. Now, how do I get the most? He only sends me $50 to $100 on Cash App when we ask, but I want more. I'll set you up on direct deposit. That means you need to give him a way to send you direct deposit. Venmo, Zelle. Okay. He could send more through the bank, okay? Zelle, get you a Zelle account and have him Zelle you. More than that. He gave you $4,000. He needs to keep up that number every month. So, it's like, do you remember the first month that we met? That was so great. Oh my gosh, you said, instead of doing Cash App, let's just do Zelle. That way you can send me more. Because, he probably has more in his bank account than on his Cash App account, Sprinkle. Shira, did I see the Michael movie? Yes, ma'am, I seen that movie. A while back when the first day it came out, man. Okay. Your partner is always excited to support me and give me money for a business or go to school. What kind of business should it? Why do y'all keep asking me the same question? I don't know you as an individual. I don't know what you're good at. I don't know what you're passionate about. You should open whatever type of business or go to school for whatever makes you happy and excited, and something that AI is not going to take over. Okay? So just go where your heart desires. If you're fortunate enough to be able to do what you want, You shouldn't think about what you should do. You should be thinking about what you want to do, because if you want to do something, you're going to be more successful at it. Okay. So think about what business you would love to see yourself in and go for that. Not rich, but insist on spending on me. I said no. Okay, we'll go find a man on the rich side of town and get his money. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Guy here, I watch a lot to understand women. Well, thank you for, sending that. If you want to understand women better, know that they like comfort, stability, gifts, compliments, and some women like emotional attachment and stuff. Some women don't. So, I mean, get in where you fit in, but you got to have some money. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Because women are set up by nature to seek comfort in their relationship, and they can't be comfortable unless the man is financially stable and they feel financially comfortable. They can't even let their guard down. Their nervous system won't even let them. So, because of women are more vulnerable when they get into relationships than men are. So, they're always going to have their guard up. They're always going to be suspicious until they are comfortable in your presence. And comfort includes trust, provisions financially, and emotional security. If they don't feel none of that with you, you're never going to really be with your woman. You're never really going to be with her. Not connected anyway. Sprinkle, sprinkle. That's it. So you got to work on those things as a man. Mm-hmm. You say she doesn't gossip and talk about other people. You wonder the same thing. Yeah. Why do I need to talk about other people? There's enough people talking about me. I ain't got to talk about nobody. Right? Other people's lives aren't my concerns. So, I mind my business, baby. You said she just told men the answer. I wonder if they will listen. If they like the woman that they're with, they will listen because they will naturally want to do those things for the woman they actually like as a human being. For women that just want to roll around on the mattress with, they're not going to do those things for her, period. So that's how you know. Men that like you and really like you and want to spend time with you and want to emotionally invest in you, financially invest in you, and invest time and energy into you, those men see you as a human being. So they're going to want you to feel a certain way while you're with them because they like you for more than just a mattress roll. You understand? That's how you know. They're not trying to con you. They're not trying to rush you in anything. They're not trying to, run game on you. If they really like you, they're going to make sure you're comfortable in every way for as long as it takes because they're investing in you. Okay, you're a professional engineer. I'm doing well. How can I know if a woman wants me to approach her? If you got money, that's it. Sprinkle, sprinkle. To spend. Now, if you just got money in your bank account, but you got money to spend, she wants you to approach, believe. You got money to spend on her, she wants you to approach. There you go. Ain't that right, ladies? All right. If you're there to waste your time and brag to her and ain't gonna spend no money, don't even approach because she gonna be mad. Okay. So if you got money to spend on her, then she wants you to approach. Ask all the women in the comments. Okay. That's the formula. All right. If I were a man and I was trying to date in this day and age, I'd have a stash. I'd have a separate bank account that I just spend on women. Okay. Y'all need to start start being like cool men again. Like y'all are so worried about what other people think and so worried about getting scammed. You know what? If you ain't got a whole separate bank account just to spend on women, you ain't doing nothing. Okay. If I were a man, shoot. Yeah. I got me a whole separate bank account that I just spend on women. That's my some men have whole bank accounts that they spend on video games, gambling, drugs, whatever they spending it on, strip clubs. You need to have a whole nother bank account that you spend or a credit card solely for spending on a woman or women. You understand? If you don't have that, you don't need to be dating. Because if when I do anything, I want to do it right. Okay. You gotta do it right. You can't just be doing it just because you're bored. You need to do it the correct way. Get you a whole credit card, have a high limit on it that you can pay off every month, the full amount. Okay. Otherwise, you can't afford to date. And you can stack up your credit card points. And by the time her birthday come around or their birthdays come around, look, free points, and you can buy her gift with it. Sprinkle, sprinkle. It'll pay for itself eventually. Okay. And y'all know y'all like to spend on women that look good anyway, because it makes you feel like a man. Gets your masculinity and your testosterone and your ego going. So have one credit card only for dating women and make sure it has a high limit. Okay. And then pay the whole thing off every month. If you can't do that, you can't afford to date. Because dating is not just dating. You got to impress women these days as a man. You know? If you can't impress women, don't even bother dating. That's right. Okay. You've been with a provider for 10 years. He wanted to get married years ago, but I said no. He's in the military. Am I crazy for not wanting marriage? If you think you can do better than him, you should have been gone and done better. You know what I mean? You don't need marriage if if you got everything you need. But in my opinion, it doesn't seem like you wanted to marry him because you know that he was not the type of man you wanted to be married to. And, you make that decision. Is there a man that you would like to be married to or a type of man that you would have said yes to? That's what y'all need to be thinking about. Some people stay in situations too long that they don't even want to be in. Or some people just don't want to get married, and that's perfectly understandable. You don't need to get married. You don't need to get married. How do you get him to take you boating for the 4th? Just ask him. Hey, take me on your boat. Let's go on the 4th. Tell him. Mention it like jokingly, and he'll be like, okay. All right, unless he already has plans. Most people probably already have plans by now. Which reminds me, I got to go to the store. What's the date? Okay, I got one more day. The only man you want is Tupac. Oh my goodness, girl. You made a two. Okay, that's so funny because he ain't here no more. We don't know if he's still alive or not. Him and Michael Jackson. But would you settle for a lookalike? It's so funny because so many people think just because I like Michael Jackson that I would want to date or marry a MJ lookalike. No, it's not the same thing. They don't have the MJ personality. Not the same. Like he ain't got no pit monkey. He don't have no giraffe. He don't own all the masters at Sony. You know what I mean? It's different. Like MJ is not like his looks, baby. You don't want anything physical with provider. What you do? Then don't do anything physical with provider. Who said you had to? See, this is what gets on my nerves. Y'all think just because a man gives you something that you got to roll around on the mattress with him. No, you don't. You can say, oh no, I'm so sorry. can we wait a little longer till I'm more comfortable? Or, oh my gosh, next week, next month, oh my gosh, Aunt Ethel needs me. You can keep making up excuses for as long as you need to. And then if they can't deal with it anymore, you just go on, move on to the next man, next provider on your roster. If you're trying to have one stable, relationship and your man is a provider, you're actually going to have to do stuff with him if he's going to be your man. Do you understand? When you say a provider, that's not the same thing as saying you're a man. So which one is he? You don't roll around with somebody that you're just claiming as a provider. You roll around with someone that you claim as your man. If you don't claim him as your man, then you don't need to be rolling around with him. If he ain't claiming your bills, claiming your debt, then you definitely don't need to be rolling around with him. Do you understand? So learn how to understand that and accept it and be okay with it. Just because they want to do something don't mean anything in your mind. That just means they want something they probably ain't gonna get, that you can dangle like a carrot and eventually have to move on and do something different or start over, make him earn his fake potential way back. Okay? Y'all have to understand this. And when you look good, when your looks maxing, you can hold out longer, and they will hold out longer because they think, oh my gosh, I just have to hold out a little bit longer. I have to just do a little bit more, and they will. And then something can happen and you can say, I don't think this is going to work out. Or, you know what? I just feel more comfortable, just talking and holding hands. They'll still do it because you up their status in public if you're a beautiful woman. And they'd rather have something rather than nothing. Okay? They can go hire anybody to roll around on a mattress with without your knowledge, So let them go do that. You ain't rolling around with them anyway. Let them go hire somebody. In one video you talked about how millionaire wives are different. How does a millionaire wife look like physically and mentally? Well, it just depends on what she want to look like. Whatever she wants to look like. They come in all shapes and sizes and whatever. Whatever she want to look like. She most likely is going to look like her environment where she's going for the day. That's what she's going to dress like. She's going to be appropriate for whatever activity she's doing. She's not going to be walking outside looking like who did it and why, because she's representing her husband, her family, herself. So she's probably going to be put together. She may not be glammed out, but she's going to be well put together, groomed, classy, most likely. That looks maxing statement is on point. Some looks the opposite what the world opposite and want the world. Okay. Sprinkle. All right, whatever that means. Okay. Yeah, you got so you have the mob, you got the mob wives, like maximalist millionaire wives. You have the country club wives. You have the tech wives that just wear some crap, but everything is like $1,000. You got doctors' wives who got have to represent as a doctor's wife. You got all those things. You got different types of women. You got the soccer moms whose husbands own businesses or work for a high corporation or whatever, high up in the corporation. Whatever. They all look different. You got some wives that you never would think was a millionaire's wife, but they didn't let themselves go, but they still got that money and that ring and that last name. Because he probably ain't signed no prenup. Or he stuck like Chuck, but he cheating. There's so many different types of wives who are married to millionaires. You got them old ladies who are married to them old men, and them old men out there cheating, but they don't care. As long as their hair done, they got their little friends, and they can go on vacation. They don't care what them husbands out there do. They ain't finna do nothing with them anyway. So they come in all shapes, sizes, they come in all ages, all types. So you just got to get in where you fit in. Whatever environment they're in, that's what they're going to probably match. Mhm. What about a PM that doesn't like one to wear makeup? I don't care what they want because in the long term, I'm gonna do what I want. They not on what I want, then I don't want them, baby. Because I rule. Do you understand? So that's how like goddess status, main character status, the man wants to please you. When you're male centered, you want to please them. Do you understand the difference? So if a man that doesn't like makeup, they would never approach me. Do you understand? If that man approached you when you had on makeup, he's lying to you. Do you understand? So I would never have to deal with that because I have on makeup. And if a man says, I like women that wear less makeup, then I'm going to ask him, well, why did you walk over here? You think this is natural? Then walk on over there to pick me and who did it and why, whatever. You don't like women with less makeup. You like women that attract less attention because you stupid enough to think that you're going to wear less makeup because you requested it. Where's your money? I wear less makeup around you, but when I'm going out by myself, I'm going to put on the max if I want to. You see, their opinion doesn't matter. When I'm at home, I'll be barefaced. When I'm going out, I'm going to put on my makeup. You don't have to go with me if you don't like makeup. Period. Has it ever happened to you that someone from your past tried to ruin your marriage or your new my new reputation? Not really. They ain't never tried to ruin nothing. I don't think people from my past care enough to try to ruin. I dated celebrities, men like rich, and a lot of them aren't even with us anymore. You know what I mean? So I don't think they was coming back. Thank you, ma'am. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Thank you, Amaya Allen. Thank you, ma'am. And some of the men was married, so they can't come back to ruin nothing because they get ruined themselves. All right. You can't ruin somebody's marriage if you married. They don't work together. Okay, because you're gonna get got too. All right. Sprinkle, sprinkle. You see, it's celebrities. Go back in the old days. But in your case, if someone's coming to ruin your marriage, just tell him, you know what? That fool asked me to marry him. I said no and humiliated him. Now he's trying to ruin my stuff. And if your husband don't understand that, then he's not a good husband. All right, sprinkle, sprinkle. Because most men don't do that stuff to you unless because they're not fully over you. That's why they're doing that. And your husband should understand and take legal action, or you should take legal action if that's what it is. You know. Okay. This ain't my best look, but thank you. Someone said this is your best look yet. This is just one of my many looks. I have so many. I have fun like doing different stuff, so it's part of who I am. Thank you though. How to deal with dating and not liking men in general by liking their money. You understand? It's not them that you like. They're supposed to like you. Number one, first of all, y'all dating for the wrong reasons. So if you don't like men, you shouldn't be dating for him. You should be dating for you and what you can get out of him. Do you understand? That doesn't make sense to date something you don't like. What is attached to him that you do like? Money. Well, that's what you date for. okay, connection, then, two other people possibly, that's what you date for. Free food ready. If you're hungry, you don't like him, but you like how he can pay for that food, you're dating for food, okay? You're not sleeping with him. If that man can only give you $100 and you see him once a week and he takes you out to eat and he hands you $100 bill, you're dating for gas money. Do you understand? So it's not the man you don't like. It's you've been taught that you're supposed to like the man, not what you're supposed to get from him. So if you don't like men, but you still want to date, then date for the things you can get from them. Okay? Sprinkle, sprinkle. Because men are out here dating women that they don't like every single day. Every time you go out, you're going to see a man out on a date with a woman he don't like in hopes he can roll around on the mattress with her date 3. All right? If you literally just stop and people watch and study people and see who's on a date when you go out, you're going to see which men don't like who they're with. But they're just going through the motions to see if they can get her into bed by date 3. You understand? And then when you go out, you can tell which women don't like the men. And if they're just trying to get them pockets, you can tell which women are going out to eat for free. You can always tell if you just watch people. She went out to eat for free. See, she didn't order the seafood boil. Most women ain't going to order that on a date if they're trying to look cute. She's just there for free food. And it looks like a first date because he's smiling really big. Thinking he finna get some on the third, thinking he finna crack like them crab legs is cracking. Just study people. You're going to know most people are out on dates that don't even like each other. They're there for whatever reason they're there for. Y'all need to start understanding that. Okay? Sprinkle, sprinkle. Some men are out on dates so they don't have to eat alone or so they can up their status and clout in certain places. So when they go back later, other women will want to talk to them. If they take you out to eat, you're really pretty. Let's say they normally go to this restaurant bar to hang out and they take you out to eat. You walk in, some chick at the bar, be sitting at the bar trying to see him walk in with you. They gonna get jealous. The next time they see him, they're gonna be all cheesing in his face. Because you upped his status when you went out for free food with him. Do you understand? Now he can go get this chick over here because you ate free food with him. You're going to up a man's status just by being outside with him. You understand? So y'all need to understand that and stop dating because you trying to like someone. You ain't got to like nobody. You got to also be there for strategic reasons as well. So why are you there? Are you there for the free food? Are you there to scope out the scene where you want to come hang out later at the restaurant bar? What are you there for? You there for your gas money, your rent? What you there for? Start dating for practical reasons and stop dating for men themselves because they're all going to disappoint you. Maybe they won't disappoint you for the reason that you're dating them. So make sure you have a good reason. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Thank you, ma'am, Miss Martha. Thank you, girl. Y'all got to look at it from a different perspective now. Right? All right. You said always have a goal. Exactly, girl. You don't have to take none of them seriously. And if you don't like them, you could ghost them after the first date. Do you understand? Y'all just too nice. And that's half the problem. I will ghost you in 2 seconds. I have no problem ghosting people. 0 problems. It's fun to me. Sometimes I'll ghost people. They'll see me out and I'll be like, oh, hey, act like nothing happened. They'll be like, why didn't you call? Why didn't you do this? Why didn't you do that? I'll just laugh. Then they'll try to start all over. Be even more demanding. So a lot of times it's okay to ghost people. Just ghost them if you don't like them. How are you gonna stop getting angry with all the lies they tell? Girl, they all lying. Just you stop being angry by understanding that as soon as they approach you, they're lying. Okay. or you can just think of them as an actor. They're acting. They're just saying some lines. None of them are true. But what's true is what you could get out of his wallet. Okay. So you stop caring about what they're lying about because you already know it's a lie. You have accepted that they are a liar from start. Okay. Second, you stop asking them questions that they're going to definitely lie about. Third, you stop reacting emotionally when you find out that they lied to you. Most men are going to continuously lie to you if they see that you're going to emotionally overreact to the truth. Okay. If you stay unbothered as a woman, you're going to get more truth out of a man than if you've always stayed, what are you doing? Why didn't you call? Why do you lie to me so much? I know you're telling. When you become that, all you're going to get is lies. When you become unbothered, not asking no questions, don't care where they've been, don't care who they, talking to, don't even look at their phone, but more into yourself and obsessed with yourself and into your phone and into your life, they're going to be like, well, how do I get her attention? She's too into herself. Maybe I should tell her something to see if I can get a reaction. Well, today this lady came on to me at the gas station because she liked my car. I'm like, oh, really? That's nice. And continuously be on your phone. That happens to me all the time. What, people come up to you because your car? No. I don't even be at the gas station. They just come up to me all the time. Feels good. You know what I'm saying? Like, unbothered. Y'all already know these men are gonna lie to you. And you take such offense to what they do naturally. That's crazy. How are you gonna take offense to a natural thing that men do? This is the level of acceptance that you have to literally understand to date a man. This is their natural behavior. I ain't never met no man that was 100% honest. Okay? Never. Never. You never will. Okay? I don't even think you'll meet an honest human being. Ever. If you're old enough to know how to lie, chances are you're going to be lying. Thank you, Sprinkle. Build with Natty. Thank you, man. Yeah. So why are you mad when someone does what they do naturally? Men naturally lie. Even if you ask another man, he's gonna tell you that all men lie. And I will tell you that all men lie. Other men will tell you that all men lie. Your daddy, your brother, your cousin will tell you that all men lie. But you're gonna be sitting over here getting mad because that man lying to you. All right. Well, you know what? You already know they're lying. So move like they lying from start. There you go. Lie too. Y'all both gonna be lying to each other. Ain't nobody gonna know the truth. You said, as long as that money is coming, you don't care. Exactly. And another thing, if you know someone is lying, you already know the truth or most of it, or you know it's a lie. So why even get in an argument about it if you already know it's a lie? You're not going to believe it. You're not going to base your life upon a lie because you don't already believe it. If you believe whatever comes out of a man's mouth, knowing all men lie, that's a risk you took, you know? If you operate as if they're lying to you from jump, you're not going to believe anything they say. You're going to continue on your path, doing what's best for you based on your information from yourself. Do you understand? So, this is why they think women are stupid. Exactly. Y'all believe they lies. I don't believe nothing that comes out of a man's mouth until I can see it with my own eyes. Do you understand? You're 20, he's 60. I want to buy a house in his name with his money. How can I hurry? What? How can I hurry? Hurry him up. He's hard to convince, though he thinks I need work hard. Okay, that man is old. Ain't nobody at 60 years old. It's going to be hard for him to get a 30-year loan. to buy a house. If this man ain't rich, they can buy it cash. I don't know where you live or what country or how to do the home financing there. You might have to be on that loan. You know what I mean? Unless he has a home already that he can sell and use that money to buy you a house. You know, most men in that age, they're not trying to, put themselves in that situation at that age. So, I mean, he can buy you something small, like a townhome, maybe a condo. Maybe he can get you a car or a small business or something like that. Because if you can't keep them taxes on that house, sorry, if you can't keep up with them taxes on that house, you ain't gonna keep it anyway. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Thank you, Makeup by JPL. I appreciate you. Yeah, you're not. If you can't keep up the taxes on that house, you might as well not even have it in your name now, or you could sell it. Yeah. What about tiny age gap yet huge career gap? I couldn't date men the same age as me, darling. It's too crazy. Okay. And a lot of y'all are dating. If you looks max, you should be able to date an older man with more money. Some of y'all are looks maxing to date men your own age, which is stupid. Unless you're like 18 or 19 or something, that's understandable. Y'all got to get all that out of your system. But when you're of a certain age and you put all this energy and effort into what you look like, you need to be dating for a lifestyle. Okay? Lifestyle. You said 5 years old, you're still too young. For me, anyway. Sorry. It's like dating someone the same age. It just doesn't work out for me. Like, they see you as competition, or they see you as stupid, Like, the closer you are in age, the more competitive you guys will be. Even if there's a huge career gap, they're just going to be like, well, you should have did this. You should, like, they're not going to see you as someone to support. They're going to see you as someone to, poke at or like compete with. And I like that. I like somebody who's been on this earth way longer, got all the experience, and know they got to reach in that wallet and know that I'm not their competition. Okay. That's comfortable to me. Being around someone that's your own age or close to your own age and who's always, talking about this, and that, and comparing themselves to you, I don't like that. Do you wreck your advice for a 40-year-old woman? What? Yeah. Why not? Why do y'all ask me about age? If you look good, you can pull and date older men. Okay. An older man about 60 or late 50s would love to date a 40-year-old woman if she looks good. Okay. You got to be looking good, girl. And I say to all women of all ages, stop talking so much when you're on dates. Stop telling them everything. You don't need to know your life story. And I say this every video. All right. Boost their ego, act impressed. Talk about things you're saving up for. Talk about things that are expensive. Talk about things they can impress you with financially, Mm-hmm. You said looks maxing is just being a bad beat. No, looks maxing is looking your best by knowing how to wear your hair, how to wear your makeup, how to dress for your body type, skincare, all of that. Being a baddie, I don't know if that's looks maxing, unless that's the goal, to look like a baddie. Some women want to look classy. Some women want to look like a baddie. Some women want to look like they, are a female rapper. And also whenever you look smacks, whatever you're trying to accomplish with that look, you got to keep that in mind. You know what I mean? So if you're just going out with your friends and you're not trying to attract any type of man, then dress however you want to look that day. But if you are trying to look and attract a certain type of man, that's what you need to look max toward. You know what I mean? That means you got to level up your looks to a point in order to attract that certain type of man that you're trying to attract when you're trying to attract them. Okay? Because a lot of women sit up here and they have a look, but then they want to attract a certain type of man, and that look ain't gonna do it. You know what I'm saying? So you need to understand in your mind first before you spend any type of money on how you're trying to look. If you're trying to attract a man, because some of y'all don't care, y'all don't attract no man. But if that's your goal, if you're trying to attract a certain type of man, you need to understand the look that is going to attract them, and then that's what you need to invest in looking like. Do you understand? At what point do you think look maxings turn into body dysmorphia? I don't think about that, because back in my day, body dysmorphia meant you was too skinny. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Or that you were fat and still thought you were skinny. Okay. What do you think of the highest level of beauty? The highest level of beauty is how you look naturally, with a little tweak here and a little tweak there that you can get in one day. Okay. If you could get something done in one day and be well and up and running around the same day, that's looks maxing naturally, in my opinion. Like, you can hit up the med spa and get a little this and a little that, and be doing whatever you do the next day or the same day. That's looks maxing. When you go under the knife and do all this stupid stuff for a man that don't even like you, and go for trendy looks that's going to be out of style in about 5 to 10 years from now anyway, that's performative. Do you understand? That's performative. Unless you're a stripper, a female rapper, and that is going to get you some money, it shouldn't be done. All right? Because they got them body pads that you can wear and take off. You know what I'm saying? They have silicone parts that you can remove and take off when you go to sleep. So if you really just want that look, you can buy it at the store now. You don't need to go under the knife. Okay? I've seen so many women walking around with BBLs. Ain't nobody finna see them naked. Ain't nobody finna see them, whatever, because they don't even look good enough to want to be seen naked. But somehow they afforded a BBL. That could have been some padding or some silicone butt, and nobody would have even thought it was fake. I mean, of course they're gonna think it's fake, but they wouldn't have thought it was, silicone, enhancements from the store. You know what I'm saying? So if you're one of these women that don't nobody want to see naked anyway, but you just like the look of a BBL, go buy you one from the beauty supply store. Okay? Don't go under the knife, risking your life, knowing you got kids, and you ain't finna be on nobody's magazine cover or nobody's stripper pole. Girl, just go buy you some stuff from the store. Okay? Because some of y'all are crazy. Nobody care about what you look like naked. Okay? And once you start doing all them surgeries, you keep looking for more stuff to do. And it still got a dusty somewhere. What y'all getting all them surgeries for? Dusties? Crazy work. You said the woman that's working at Walmart got a BBL? What'd she get a BBL for? If she works at Walmart, I don't understand. She could have bought that from the beauty supply shop, okay? All right. Y'all start thinking. Save that money. Yeah, I said unless you on a pole, unless you live in Miami, unless you on a pole, unless you're a female rapper, you don't need no BBL. There you go. Period. Because don't nobody want to see none of y'all, the rest of y'all looking like that. for entertainment purposes only. All right. Mm-hmm. Doo-doo-doo-doo. But anyway, y'all know how I feel about that. Y'all be doing too much. Didn't end up with a dusty anyway. What's the point? Okay. Best styles to look older. You want to look older as a woman? You know what ages you real quick? Because I know this because I can look my age, I can look younger, and I can look older. Red lipstick, lashes, full contour. All right. Somebody said wigs. Yeah. Light color wigs will age you. Red lip, lashes will make you look older. Okay. You want to look younger? Take them lashes off. Less contour, do bronzer or a lighter bronzer color instead. And a darker wig. All right. Bangs make you look young. Forehead makes you look older. There you go. 26 provider is 68. Wants to marry ASAP. He makes $300,000 a year. I want to create a comfortable savings fast. I am a cosmetologist. Should I marry for the benefits? Okay. No. That man is old. You need to do a credit. You need to look up his credit score. Just because he makes that much money a year don't mean he got that much money. Okay. So you need to do like a background check on him. You need to see if he owns a house, how much he owes on that house. You need to see all of these things because if you sign your name to a paper with that old man, you're gonna be responsible for a lot of things if he should pass away. Okay, so as a widow, I made sure that before my husband passed, everything was in order. So you're not going to be stuck with something. And, that's why it's very important. You need to get a life insurance policy if you should marry that man. Okay. That man sounds like he knows something is pending and he needs someone to take care of him. Because if he's trying to get married ASAP, he's probably going to the hospital. You know what I'm saying? So you might end up being his nurse. So you need to understand, maybe, what if all his money starts going to medical bills? Does he have Medicaid, Medicare, and all that kind of stuff? So you need to do some research, look into his health, darling. Because it sounds like when a man is hurrying up, trying to hurry you to something, he's trying to rush you into something. He wants you to overlook something. Okay, so stay sus. Like, okay, you understand? All right. You're trying to hurry up and get him a donor. You're trying to hurry up and get him a nurse. You know what I'm saying? Sprinkle, sprinkle. How to get confidence and audacity without a doubt. Become self-obsessed. Okay? Every day you wake up, it's about you. Every day you wake up, what am I going to wear? How I'm going to look? What jewelry I'm going to wear? How I'm going to do my makeup? What perfume am I going to wear? What shoes I'm going to pair with this? How many heads are going to turn when I walk into a room? Every day, have a routine that's all about you. Okay? The better you look, the more people are going to treat you nice. People are going to go out of their way to do things for you. That's going to boost your confidence right then and there. Looking good also makes you feel better every day. So you're going to walk in confidence because you feel good. You got to get up every day and look your best. And that will automatically transform into confidence. And you will also inspire other people to look their best. And when they walk up to you and to give you a compliment, or when they walk up to you and say, "You look so nice today," that's also going to boost your self esteem every day. And if you do this every day, you hear that every day, you expect it every day, it becomes a part of who you are. And that's what builds your confidence. By you building your routine and your everyday habit of looking your best. Okay. Because people go out of their way for people who look good and take care of themselves. Okay. People become obsessed over people who are obsessed over themselves. That's how. All right. So you just got to put in work on the daily, every day. That's how you build your confidence. Mm-hmm. Every day, baby. Every day. Throw out all them ugly clothes that make you feel frumpy and ugly, and don't have any clothes like that in your closet. All right? Go through your closet, give away all, or sell them on Poshmark, I don't care. But get rid of all the clothes that you know aren't representing you the best that they could. That way everything you grab to put on is going to look good no matter what. You're not going to have some crap that you just throw on and then feel like trash. Throw all that stuff, give it away. Next, everything you pull out of your closet should be spectacular, or it should be pretty, or it should make you feel good. You know, even if it's comfort clothes, they still need to be pretty. How do you receive that in response to compliments? Huh? How do I receive that in response to compliments? Every time somebody look at me and smile and offer to do stuff for me, that's a compliment that boosts your self-esteem. I got people like slobbering and stuff, and I'm old. I'm like, why are you slobbering? That boosts my confidence when I see that little slobber. When I see the salivation and the desperate look in a man's eye, that boosts my self-esteem way up. When I see his money, it boosts it up even more. Sprinkle, sprinkle. When you see a man rushing to the door before you get there and he was behind you just to open it, that boosts your self-esteem right there. Sure, although you look better than the man, why, after being intimate with him, can we start feeling like they are the more attractive one? Huh? You think that they're more attractive after you done rolled around on the mattress with them? I don't know. Maybe because you've grown attached. That's why you need more than one. Sprinkle. Then you have to compare to somebody else, ma'am. Be like, you ain't got to sleep with all of them, but you can compare them, baby. Sprinkle, sprinkle. You said you ain't never felt that? Mm-hmm. So, for example, let's say you're dating 3 guys. Not sleeping with 3 guys, but dating 3 guys. Maybe you rolled around on the mattress with one of them, and now you say, "Oh, I think they're more attractive than me now." But see, if you have the other 2 guys, you can be like, "Well, this one is still more attractive than the one I rolled around on the mattress with." So you're less likely to get pulled in because you're looking at another guy comparing this one to that one, and you're like, "Well, this one is more attractive." Even though you rolled around with this one and not that one yet, you're going to be like, well, I'm not getting ready to get caught up or, anything, because I have 2 more. And this one is nice to me. And this one pays bills. And this one takes me out to nice restaurants. And this one puts in effort and day. You're still going to be comparing them to the other men. So you're not going to get emotionally attached to the one you rolled around the mattress with as much as you would have if you had only been dating one. So you still might get a little bit of an attachment, but not as much as you would have if you were only dating one. Okay? So you need to date more than one, and you don't have to feel that way. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Okay. Mm-hmm. And if you're going to roll around on the mattress with a man, you know you look good. Okay. You know you need to look good. And sometimes that's all the goal is of the man. Okay. That's all they want. And sometimes when they get it, they're gonna ghost you no matter what. Start over with somebody else. If they've invested a long time, if they've tried to impress you, if they've paid bills, if they've done so many things, if they've probably gotten you debt free, they are less likely to ghost after they roll around on the mattress with you. But if they've done nothing but take you out to eat, they have so many reasons to ghost you after they get it. Okay? Just think about it. There's a whole list of reasons for a man to ghost you after he rolls around on the mattress with you if he hasn't invested in you long term. There's a whole group of reasons why he should versus why he won't if he had invested. You understand? So men are just being logical. When you roll around on a mattress with a man and they haven't done nothing for you but taking you out to eat a few times, they literally have nothing to lose by ghosting you. You understand? Nothing to lose. Nothing at all. There's no investment there. Nothing. There's no emotional connection there. They're not going to miss you. Nothing to lose. See? And what do I do if a provider isn't ready? Oh, I already read that one. Hold on. Let me scroll. You were an older guy. If y'all ask me the same dumb, stupid questions over and over and over again, I'm going to be mad at y'all. You're dating a guy you're embarrassed to be seen in public with him, right? You can't pull no one your own age. Anybody can pull anybody their own age. Anybody can do that. I can do that. I don't want to do it. It's not flex to pull someone your own age. Sprinkle, sprinkle. I don't know what realm y'all are living in, but anybody can pull someone their own age. I wouldn't want to. I like somebody older because they have more experience, more knowledge, and more money and are more willing to spend it. Okay. It depends. Like you're projecting about how you feel about yourself. Nobody think that. That's you that thinks that. I don't like some women don't want to deal with men their own age. So just think like that. Change your perspective and you won't be thinking everybody is looking at you thinking, oh, she can't have no one her own age. Most women don't want nobody their own age. Why are sharp, broke men always angry at rejection? Because they short? No. You know what? Short men, start with your wallet. That's it. Shrink, shrink. Nobody's going to reject your wallet. All right. Shira, I work as an engineer in the industrial hot manual labor environment. Girl, what's that? Oh, in a hot, okay, manual labor environment. What can I wear to help myself feel confident and pretty every day? Lipstick. Red, get you some red lips. I think I have on this black color. Okay. All right. Not too damaged. Okay. Get you some red lipstick. Put that on. I don't know. Make sure maybe you can do some lashes. That should make you feel, and wear good old perfume and some good old deodorant that smells good. Okay. Get you some Love Potion number 7. Make sure your hair is pretty. If you can show your hair. Put some lipstick on and put you some lashes on. All right. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Represent. Okay. And smell good. All right. Have a scent trail. That way they don't confuse you with a man. You know, this morning I had to rush out and do something real quick, and I didn't have time to do like my full makeup. I had to literally be ready in less than 5 minutes. You know what I did? I put on lipstick, I spot concealed, and I put on powder. And I drew a little bit of eyebrow in. That's it. That's it. And I threw on a pair of sunglasses and my wig. And I was good to go. I looked polished. I had the same outfit on. I looked polished, sleek, still cute because the red lip and, you know, little eyebrow. There was no Skin was even. I didn't have no contour, no blush, no eyeshadow, no highlighter, no nothing. I just red lip, eyebrows, concealer, and then a light powder over it, and then a wig. Out in 5 minutes. How to act unbothered by not being bothered. If you're truly bothered, it's gonna show. You got to learn how literally not to be bothered. What are you actually bothered about? The fact that you can't control someone? Because you're going to be bothered about everybody at that point. You know what you should be bothered about? How you can't control your emotions. That's what should bother you. You should also be bothered by how someone can trigger you in order to control you. That's what you need to be, you know, bothered about. Y'all are bothered about the stuff that you can't fix. Listen to what I'm telling you. Y'all are going to be bothered by stuff that's not in your control. And that is a waste of energy. You need to be bothered by what you're overlooking that you can control. That's what you need to be bothered for until you can fix it. Hi, Shira. I'm sorry for your husband's passing. Hope you and the girls are doing okay. Okay, thank you for helping me so much. Thank you so much, Luciana. I appreciate that. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Yes, we're doing well. I appreciate it. Okay, thank you, ma'am. You're 24. Your boyfriend works construction, spoils you, moving out of state together because finishes school. He's paying the bills and offered to help me pay the school. Do you approve? I only approve if you understand man. I only approve if you're not following him out of emotion, but out of logic and for money. That's the only reason I'm going to approve. If you're basing your entire relationship on him doing the right thing or not cheating on you or not emotionally hurting you, I don't approve. If you already know he's going to do those things and he's not a perfect person and you just there for that money and that tuition, then I approve. Okay? That's just reality. The reality is, if you're going to uproot your entire existence for a man, understand that he is going to disappoint you at some point. Are you going for him or are you going for his money? Sprinkle, sprinkle. How can we know if our provider is someone we should marry? What? How were you certain on marrying your husband and provider? I was very upfront and honest about what I wanted in life, and I made sure he had the means to do it. And he understood who I was. Period. Like, I was not telling him no lies. I was not trying to pretend. I was like, I don't want to work. You need to pay all these bills. You need to give me some money. You need to upgrade my vehicle. All those things. You need to maintain it too. I wasn't trying to make no deals. I wasn't trying to wait till after and then break it on. He knew from the start who I was. So I was very up in his face about who I was as almost a challenge, And I made sure he knew that if anything changes, I was going to be gone. Period. So he knew what he was getting into. That way, in the future, if he says, well, you did it, I told you who I was, and you agreed to it. So don't say nothing. You know I was this, you know I was that. You know I ain't gonna change. That's all it is to it. You agreed, so live with it. If you are honest about everything, including your standards, and they accept you as you are, then I say it's good. It's a good fit. But if they have a problem and they seem like they're going to want to change you, or they seem like, oh, well, we'll see. No, you got to accept me as I am. And I'm not getting ready to change unless I choose to change. So that's how you got to go before you marry somebody. They got to marry who you are, not who they hope you're going to be. Okay? Sprinkle, sprinkle. Kira, do you take a cut on your allowance or just cut him off? Cut somebody else on. Sprinkle, sprinkle, and get 2 allowances. Cut somebody else on and get 2 allowances. If you cut your entire allowances, cut your entire communication and cut another one on somewhere else. Okay? Sprinkle, sprinkle. And I don't think y'all need to understand. I don't think y'all understand. When the money stops, you stop. Repeat after me. When the money stops, you stop. All right? Because you would never show up to work if they're not paying you. Listen to what I'm telling you. If you stop rolling around on the mattress with a man, especially if you're not married to him, y'all ain't gonna be together that long. When you stop looking good, he ain't gonna take you out in public no more. Do you understand? So when his money stops, you stop. Be done. And when you are very adamant about that, and they like you or they want to keep you, they're not going to repeat that because they see how quickly that you will cut them off and that you could easily go replace that fool because you are not emotionally attached to him. And a man's biggest fear is that they've invested into you and they're not going to get their return. So therefore, you're getting ready to walk away from this man unbothered and ready to replace. And that's going to bruise his ego. So he's going to either reimburse your allowance if he can afford it. If he can't, he's just going to let you go because that's a good financial decision for him. If he can afford it, he's not going to risk losing you to another man because you've his ego by saying, I can't be with you if you are unable to afford to date me. You know what I mean? And a lot of men will get mad because they think, oh, well, it shouldn't cost to date. Well, but it does. It costs a woman to get ready to go on a date every time she gets ready to go on a date. It costs a woman to deal with a man who's possibly wasting her time and energy. It costs her time and energy. So it does cost. Y'all just don't want to accept that. Y'all just don't want to accept that everything costs money. Every time you leave the house, it costs money. It costs gas money. If you go out to eat or get a coffee, there's money right there. If you go to the store, that's money right there. Every time you leave the house, it costs money. Now, if you're getting dressed and planning a date and trying to impress a woman, it's going to cost more money. It's going to cost more money. And the fact that these men are getting mad at it costing money to take a woman and date and impress her, it shows you how much they like you, how special you are to them, what their true intentions really are when they compare you to, someone, that you pay for a service. That should tell you right there what they think you are. And when a man wants you for free in every way, it's because he can't afford a professional. And that's all he wanted you for in the first place, to do for free what this professional will do, but he can't afford one. A man can afford a professional woman. You know what I mean? A man can afford a professional woman. He need to go afford one. He don't ever have to talk to her again after that unless he likes her and wants her to come back around and perform that service once again. I definitely think men who can afford a professional woman should afford a professional woman. If you want a girlfriend, if you want someone to date, if you want a wife, they cost more because they're not for everyone. You're getting exclusive or semi-exclusive. You're getting semi-exclusive versus community. You know what I mean? It's like having a swimming pool. You might have a pool, and you might have a neighborhood pool. You might have a public pool, a community pool, or you might have a private pool. Which one you want? You got to pay a little bit more for that private pool. You gonna be paying, homeowners association for that neighborhood pool. The public pool is free, but you still got to pay to get in one time. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Okay. There you go. Thank you, ma'am. So the next time a man fixes his mouth to talk about, oh, you should be free. The public pool is free, baby. Go take a little dip. They might charge you for it the first time. The community pool, you still got to pay them neighborhood association fees, baby. A private pool is extra. You got to have a pool boy, maintenance on the pool, chemicals, upkeep. You got to have all that. So you said that was a gym. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Kirsten. Sprinkle, sprinkle. But anybody can go take a swim somewhere. You know what I'm saying? All right. Some of y'all can only afford them cruise pools. Y'all know those pools on the cruise ship? All them people in there with the life jackets on and the water is all cloudy. So that's what some of y'all need to appreciate a good one. Okay. So the next time a man compares you to a professional woman, tell him that, well, there's a private pool, there's a community pool, and there's a public pool. I'm a private pool, baby. I cost extra. How do you talk to a man about him messing up without giving up the power? Sound like a victim? What do you mean messing up? He messed up. Say, I'm just a little bit disappointed, but I already know that most men are going to disappoint. I can't even really be mad at you because, that's just who you are. Either I have to accept who you are or I don't. Just something I have to think about. Leave it like that. They're going to know they messed up. They're going to know you're disappointed, but, it's not a deal breaker. But once a man loses your respect after each disappointment, you don't see him the same anymore. And it's an ego bruise. So he's going to do his best to try to redeem himself if he likes you. Now, that could be with money, gifts, whatever. But if you go all out and go crazy and disrespect him on the highest level, he can't ever come back from that. So he won't. So if you look more sad and disappointed, not a victim, but just understanding, well, I know you're not perfect. I know all people are going to mess up and I'm just disappointed. And, that's it. You got a little wiggle room to redeem himself, and he will if he likes you. Men hate when you say you are disappointed. They do. Because, they still have the respect, but it's dwindling and they have to bring it back. See, when you can, it's like a plant. When a plant starts withering, but you can still water it and bring it back, that's when they will try. But if you just yank that plant out from the roots and throw it and, there's no hope. So you got to let them have a little room to redeem themselves if you want them. If not, say whatever you need to say. What kind of men do you think are usually attracted to the slim, cute K-pop girl? Is that girl, young man? Sprinkle. Young and broke. All right. What does it mean if a man says he feels powerless? It means he needs more money. All right. Because when you got money, you feel like you're very powerful. All right. I mean, he needs a couple more streams of income. Sprinkle. All right. You said girly K-pop girl, young, broke and young. Gamers. All right. Why is the sound different from my first videos? Because I have this microphone. You see this? Hi, how are you? That's why. Y'all can't see this thing, right? Do y'all want some ASMR? We're gonna be talking about maxing today. Y'all don't see this big old microphone sitting right here? All right. When a man invites you to a trip and he asks, what is your idea of a trip like? Shopping? I want to be next to all the shopping. Where's where's the hotel next to the shopping, darling? I want to be walking distance from the shopping that you're going to take me to and spend money on. I don't want to do no excursions. I don't want to, I don't want to be out there swimming with no dolphins. I want to be out there shopping. Ugh. We could swim in the pool, at the villa, at the hotel, whatever. We can put our sand, feet in the sand on a little beach next to the hotel. But where is the shopping? You understand? How do you keep a man on a leash? Mine is gone wild. I don't want to keep a man on a leash. I don't even like, dealing with emotional support pets, I don't want to keep a man on a leash. He might want to keep me on a leash though. The only time I will put a man on a leash is if I got on a dominatrix suit, baby. What kind of man attract to the tall aesthetic? It depends on the type of man. Some men love tall women. Sprinkle, sprinkle. They think you're a supermodel or something. I missed your super chat. Hold on. What kind of, okay, I already answered that. 40, he 50, your 40s, he's 50s. Money each month, but only meet 3 times a month max. We meeting for my birthday. Think this week he busy, don't text him. Okay, is he still sending you your money though? Why are you trying to spend more time with him than he's trying to spend with you? That's not your man. That's not your man. Okay. I don't know how much money he's sending you each month, but whatever that amount is, you need to make sure that you're filing his phone number under what that amount of money can actually pay. Okay. So sounds just like a sugar daddy with no emotional attachment, no title, no nothing. There's no need for him to spend your birthday with him. Y'all need to stop treating these men like they're your husbands or your boyfriends. That sounds like a part-time little sugar daddy. And depending on how much money he gives you, I don't even know if we can call him a sugar daddy. He might be a Splendor daddy. We don't know. So stop looking at every man as your boyfriend or your husband or your future husband. That is whatever he's donating to you. That's all he is. Okay. He don't want to see you a lot. He doesn't want to make it something that he don't want it to be. So stop trying to make it into something else. That's why you need more than one, because you could be spending your birthday with another person and they could be spending money on you too. Meanwhile, you have this guy sending you money and you see him 3 times a month. That's just a man on your roster. Okay. Nothing more. How do you keep a man on a leash? Okay, I already read that one. That would that would be fun. Somebody want to walk around on a leash. Thanks. This explains a lot about K-pop. What aesthetic should I go for? Classy. Classy always works. You can pull anybody with classy, except dust, which you don't want to pull. If you look classy, you're going to appeal to men who are, high up in their career, got a little money to spend, looking for someone that looks good and represents them on their side. So I would say go for classy. Y'all have too many aesthetics out here. And for young people, it's fun to explore. I know. But if you're trying to attract a man of means with money, that's how you need to dress when you are trying to attract them. When you're out with your friends, you can do the K-pop look all you want. But when you're going out and about to attract men and doing whatever you want to do that day, in order to be in the presence of the types of men that you're trying to attract, you need to dress for that occasion. Okay. Doesn't mean you need to give up who you are or your personality or what you like. It just means you need to change your fit depending on what you're doing. Okay. There. Stop living through aesthetics and live for the occasion. All right. Y'all should see my closet. It look crazy. I got everything up in there. So stop trying to be an aesthetic and dress for the occasion. That's what rich people do. They dress for the occasion. Sometimes get their little whimsy by going to costume parties or masquerades or, themed events. That's what they be doing. So they can put on some ridiculous crap. Okay. So y'all need to learn how to do the same stuff. When you get old, you can't be trying to copy every aesthetic on TikTok. You get old, you throw events, dinner parties that are themed. Then you break out your costumes and fits and whatnot. Okay. Or you go to the charity events that are themed. They have one in Texas called Denim and Diamonds. They be wearing all that sparkly stuff that these dusties are now trying to wear and looking like they on the DL. The women been doing that, and it's called Denim and Diamonds. Okay, and they wear the little cowgirl hat, little boots, and sparkly, blinged out denim and whatever. Then you have the masquerade ball where you get to dress up like, Bridgerton and throw on a mask. Then you got like Halloween costume parties, of course. Same stuff for old people, rich people, okay? Young people, they just be copying them TikTok aesthetics and walking around the mall. Great. That's all y'all do. Y'all get dressed to go walk around the mall, girl. The heck. I remember I used to be young at one point. Mm-hmm. What about 8 years older? If you think that's older, then go for it, man. It's not old enough for me. I need somebody that's been on this earth long enough to fix all my problems. You know what I mean? Now, if you're young or you're my same age and you can fix all my problems without me double checking behind you, great. You know? I don't want a son. You understand? If I can't if I can't 100% relax in your presence instead of have to worry about double checking everything you do, I don't want you. And that literally comes with experience and age. All right? All right. Because what's going to happen is if you become the smarter one in the relationship. Now, listen very carefully, ladies, when you are dealing with somebody close to your own age and not quite mature enough. If you're going to have to take on all those responsibilities because they're going to weaponize their incompetence. And it's easy to weaponize incompetence as a man if you're close to the same age as the woman. You know what I'm saying? That's why I don't want to do it. So think about this. If you are dating a man 5 years older than you, 8 years older than you, and he's trying to do something and it's all wrong, and you're like, just let me do it. Well, let me fix it. Let me do it. You're doing it wrong. If that's what you're like, he's going to be incompetent about everything because he's going to give you all that responsibility. So he don't have to do nothing because you're so much better at it. But if he's an older man, he's been on this earth 15 to 20 years longer than you have, he already know how to do whatever it is that you're trying to accomplish or do. Because chances are he's already done it several times. Now he can teach you. Then you can weaponize not understanding it. And then he'll take the whole responsibility. You understand? That's how it works. So Can't do anybody like I can't deal with people close to my age or my age. Just doesn't work out that way. Unless you're an overly like, overachiever and pride themselves on doing the most, I couldn't do it. You'd have to be a pretty spectacular human being. All right. Should you go to a singles event today on a rich side of town? Yeah. Oh, you mean a singles event? Girl, don't show up to that stuff. It's all leftovers. Who's desperate enough to go to a singles event? Why do y'all do this to yourselves? If it was just a regular event, go. Why don't you just go find a regular event, get dressed up and go? Why does it have to be a room full of desperate people who can't pull nobody? You know, why it got to be the leftovers? Why don't you just go to an event period without it having to say singles in front of it? You know? All right. You said you're pressing unattended. Why did you sign up for that stuff anyway, girl? That's just like a dating app in real life. No. Listen, if y'all are going to give off desperate energy, that's what you're going to attract as well. You need to just go out and do things for fun. You need to go to other events that have nothing to do with being single, and you need to enjoy life. That's how you're going to meet people, by doing the stuff you enjoy. Y'all going to find people that have more in common with you. You go to the rich side of town, you'll find rich people that got stuff in common with you. Just go to events. Stop trying to always find somebody. Stop trying to always hook up and find a man, or, stop trying to do that. They're going to find you. Okay? They're supposed to be pursuing you. If you show up to a singles event as a woman, you're desperate. Period. What you're saying when you show up to a singles event, hi, I'm a single person. I'm desperate. How are you? I'm probably on every dating website too, and still ain't got no look. That's why I'm here. Well, that's what you're gonna look like. So don't go. Why would you do that to yourself? Okay. Be better off letting your grandma hook you up with somebody. Literally, you'd be better off letting your old grandma hook you up with somebody. Right? Hold on, I dropped something. Where'd it go? Oh. Thank you, ma'am. Um, how do you practice emotional control? I spend emotions like I spend money, very carefully, and on what is valuable. All right. You said love your looks today, makeup and hair on point. Thank you, ma'am. Um, your husband acts so much better since I've been taking your advice. He's happier actually with me requiring more. I think he feels more masculine. Yeah. Thank you, ma'am. How do you collect men like marbles? I'm shy on the surface but fierce underneath. I'm a cat woman seeking the penguin. Don't tell them about each other. Collect them like you collect money, okay? That's it. How to practice emotional control. Make sure it's beneficial to you before you react. Whatever your reaction is going to be, make sure it's beneficial to your wallet and for the long haul. If you're going to react and it's not going to be beneficial to your relationship, to your wallet, and for the long haul, don't do it. Okay? Don't get emotionally invested into a man unless he's financially invested into you and your future. Because what's the point? All right? Thank you. Y'all need to start spending your emotions and treating them like money. You don't give them to everybody. Do you give your money to everybody on the street? When someone gives you a compliment, do you give them money? No. When someone takes you out to eat 3 times, and it's supposed to be a date, do you reach in your wallet? Heck no. Treat your emotions like you treat your money. Not everybody's supposed to have them. You understand? People have to earn that. Y'all don't earn nothing no more. That's the problem. Y'all don't let men earn you anymore. You just putting yourself out in the open for anybody. Do you understand? They got to earn your emotional attachment, and they enjoy earning it, especially if they like you. Y'all have been dealing with men that don't like you so much. You don't make them earn nothing because they don't like you enough to keep you around after they roll around on the mattress with you. Okay? When they earn something, they feel good about it. They feel confident in their decision. They feel like they've won a prize. They feel like they've done so much to get where they've gotten with you. They value you more because they put in work. All right? Just like a house. If you decorate your home, you make it look pretty, you value it more than if you would have just paid a decorator to come in and put some crap together. Okay. You curate your own space, you like it more. That's all you. You put in an effort, you put in the work. And when you get a compliment, like, oh, I decorated it myself. You're gonna appreciate something more that you worked hard to impress, to earn emotional attachment from. It's gonna mean more. But if a woman gives that to you, she so quickly, she gives it to everybody emotionally. She falls in love with everything. You're not even special. You don't even feel special because she's gonna fall in love with whoever in her face. You understand? So make them work. How to prevent mentally spiraling in a tough situation by having more than one and grounding yourself and doing something mundane because y'all be overthinking about everything when you should be thinking about yourself. All right. Y'all think about too much things that don't matter. And I was telling somebody this yesterday. If it don't matter, then stop thinking about it. If it don't matter, then stop thinking about it. Think about something that matters. Think about some money. Think about how you're going to get from here to there. Think about the goal you want to accomplish. Stop thinking about crap that don't matter. There are people over here fighting and arguing in comments about whether the earth is flat or round. It don't even matter. You still gonna be here. You still got to pay them taxes. So who cares? It don't even matter. When you start thinking about, is this man gonna treat me right? It don't matter. Are you gonna treat yourself right and collect this money? Do you understand? Or you need to take some ashwagandha wanda, the ashwagandha. That'll calm you down. Okay. Get you some ashwagandha wanda. Calm your butt down. All right. Okay, so yeah, these men have to earn your emotional attachment, okay? If you don't make a man earn your emotional attachment, you give your emotions, you fall for anybody, they're not even special. Haven't even done nothing for you to earn it. So it doesn't mean anything. You're 18 years old. Do I need to date older or what? Do you want to date older? What are you going to be dating for? Are you going to be dating for fun? For practice? What? Just to get stuff out of your system? What are you dating for? Because as an 18-year-old, I think you just need to have fun, don't get pregnant, and use 3 forms of protection, and don't get emotionally attached because it's probably not your future husband. Okay? You ready to date for lifestyle? When you're about 23, 20, 22, 23, 24, date rich. There you go. Should you dismiss a man who talks about sexual things on the phone or girl? Yes. That's all he sees you as. Sprinkle, sprinkle. See, this is the mistake that y'all always make. Y'all allow those men to talk to you like that, knowing that's all they see you as. That's all they see you as. If he's giving you money for that, then that's what he's paying you for, to talk like that on the phone to him. You're providing a service. Okay. Back in the old days, they used to have that hotline. You know what I'm saying? You can't, you remember that hotline that used to come on late at night in the old days? Can't sleep? Call me. That's what you are. So, okay, you a S phone operator. Texting, I guess. Oh, thank you, Lady Dad. Sprinkle, sprinkle. So that's what he's paying you for, okay? What does it mean if my friend often says they picture me with a rich old man? It means you to be with a rich old man to get his money. Sprinkle, sprinkle. I mean, you know, you look smart enough to go get this money. You don't talk with him about S. It always changes to the subject. Well, then change it back to money. Okay. Talk about stuff that you need done around the house, stuff that you are saving up for. Always switch it back. Change the subject. Okay. Every time you mention that, mention money. He'll figure it out. Sprinkle, sprinkle. But you should already know that's all he sees you as. Okay. He doesn't see you as a human. Sprinkle, sprinkle. So if you think that's a real relationship, it's not. It's just collect your money, man. Men are dancing on tabletops now like girls. Take a picture and blackmail them later. They want to be girls. I mean, let them explore their feminine side. Just don't date them. They're not going to be good to date. I mean, wouldn't you be mad if you were born a man? Shoot, I would. I'm like, I can't. All right. You said wait, make them wait till what? How to get successfully get money from a man without having intimacy with them? Y'all get on my nerves with this question. You need to date a man you don't want to sleep with. You also need to date a man that likes you 10 times more. Not 5 times more, not 1 times more, but times 10. All right. That's your target. They will not try to pressure you to sleep with you anytime soon. They just want to be in your presence. They just be a part of your life. They just want to be seen out in public with you. They just want a chance and a hope and a glimpse of what could possibly be. That's your target. All right. Y'all are over here dealing with men who think that you're SWs. Do you understand? That's the difference. They don't like you enough to do things without pressuring you to sleep with them, because that's what the goal is for them. Now, if you're dealing with a man who is trying to pressure you to sleep with him and you don't want to sleep with him and he's giving you money, tell him, oh, I'm not that type of girl. I thought we were getting to know each other. And I thought you were doing these things out of the kindness of your heart, because I'm not that type of woman. If you can't say that without them getting mad, they were trying to get you to the mattress because that's all that you were to them. You aren't a human being. All right. And so now that you've discovered that this man only sees you as an object, either he's going to risk losing all that he spent and go start over with somebody else, or he's going to apologize and continue to court you properly, to impress you, and to spend money on you. And if he just got an itch, he got a scratch, he know where the professionals are. You know, he can go roll around with them, come back to you and keep spending. You understand? See, y'all are so afraid to lose something you don't got. Let him go sleep with a professional woman or a pick-me-sha and come right back to spend on you. You ain't sleeping with him anyway. You plan to date for fun right now, 24, then 25, lock in with a man 20 years my senior. Okay, man. Just don't get pregnant. at 24. What if my provider boyfriend is 1 year, sometimes talks about sexual stuff only when I'm comfortable? Is that so also bad? No, why are you asking me dumb questions? It ain't bad if that's your man. Is he your man? You said provider boyfriend? These people are talking about men that aren't even committed to them and that just taking them out on dates and stuff. You know what I mean? Y'all got to use common sense, baby. Thank you, but y'all got to use common sense. It's bad if you don't know this person. It's bad if you ain't ever rolled around on the mattress with them. You know? It's bad if they keep doing it and you don't like it. Especially if they're ugly. It's real bad. Can you imagine some ugly, bald, pot bellied, glazed looking old man trying to talk like that to you? Be like, sprinkle, sprinkle. He said some of them are young. Yeah, I know, but you still supposed to have common sense when you're young. Come on. I think she just wanted to give me a question. But it was still nice. But you know, you got to use common sense, baby. Mm-hmm. You got a concussion at work. I don't want to go back now, even if I could. Okay. Sorry about that, girl. Be careful, girl. Did you file something? Did you file a lawsuit? Somebody said get your disability payments from work. Mm-hmm. Well, what if your husband liked you 10 times before marriage, but then has been slacking since getting married? He's a provider, but he doesn't plan dates anymore. Okay. He thinks he got you, girl. He ain't got to plan dates. So get dressed and start going out by yourself. Plan your own dates. Date yourself. When he sees you getting dressed to go out, he's going to start getting dressed to go out with you. And sometimes men don't get dressed to go out with their wives because they don't want to pay. So go out by yourself, but use his credit card. He still got to pay anyway. So he might as well join you. Sprinkle, sprinkle. That's how you get him to start wanting to date you again. Date yourself. Remember, people follow how you treat yourself. They treat you like you treat yourself. Get up, get dressed, go to brunch. Get up, get dressed, head out the door. Where are you going? Oh, I'm just going to brunch. Well, how come you didn't invite me? Oh, well, I didn't know you still like to date because you never planned anything. Do you want to go? Bring your wallet. There you go. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Do you still look as good as you looked when he was taking you out? Because sometimes if you let yourself go as a woman, they don't want to be seen out in public with you no more. And that's the sad truth. Men are about looks. So if you don't look good anymore, or he's embarrassed to be seen out in public with you anymore, he might not want to date you anymore in public, you know? So that's why it's important. Even after you get married, you better keep your looks up. And not for him, but for you, for your self-esteem, for your health. So you can go out and pull something better if you need to at any given time, you know? Mm-hmm. You said, even though you know a man ain't right for you, you still want him to choose you. How do I stop my self-worth to want male attention and approval? Okay. You need standards. Okay. Let's call having standards. You need a list of standards this high. And if they can't reach them, they can't have you. Do you understand? That's how. You need some esteem and you need some standards. And if they don't meet the standards, you don't meet them. Do you understand? That's it. That's literally it. If you can't make standards for yourself, if you lower your standards and you keep lowering your standards for men, you're a performative pygmy. All right. And you live to please men because you have no value and you depend on them to place value upon you even when they don't, which lowers your self esteem every time you deal with a man you know ain't right for you, who you never make meet your standards. Every time they give you a compliment and you accept it as something valuable and they have nothing to offer you that's valuable, you're going to lower your self esteem mentally each time because you know that they're not for you. But you seek approval so much from outside, from men, knowing that these fools lie. It's not even real approval anyway. It's approval to get to that mattress. Do you understand? So you're really not even getting approval. You're just getting lied to roll around on a mattress. That's all you're getting, baby. Okay. 26 provider, 68 wants marriage. Okay, didn't I already read this? I already read this. Okay. You have rent due in 3 days. You're a nurse fired from contract due to jealous women. You spend the fourth in the city. What some strategic ways I could use? Huh? Find a sugar daddy. Go to a rich side of town. Go to one of them. Go to the marina. They're always celebrating the 4th of July by the boats and stuff. Hang around the marina. Go to the marina yacht clubs. Go to the bars by the marina. Get you a man with a boat. Sugar daddy. Hopefully. Okay, I'm gonna read this one. I thought I read this one. Okay, 60-year-old man wants marriage ASAP. Okay, he finna die. 300K a year in Indianapolis, doesn't want to retire. He's in great health, great insurance. That's what they all say. Da, 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 property million. You're a cosmetologist married for benefits. Okay, does this man have kids? Because everything is probably already in a trust for them kids. So, does he have children? Sometimes these old men be tricking y'all and fooling y'all. And when they die, everything is in a trust and you can't get nothing. So you better double, triple, quadruple check that, man. If all checks out, wonderful, great. I'd say go for it. If it don't check out, be forewarned. Okay? Most of the time, when those men are that old and have that much money, it's already in a trust for their kids. Grown kids. A lot of these old men be fooling y'all because they still have the drippings of money. But some of them don't have it to give, to leave behind, or anything. It's already in a trust. So y'all better triple, double, quadruple check. And some of these old men know that too. They know you ain't gonna get a dime of their money. They know it's already in the trust. Sometimes their kids are already over their money, especially at a certain age, or they can interfere at any given time. So you got to make sure he's still in control of his own finances and that all his money ain't tied up in a trust that you can't touch. Okay? Sprinkle, sprinkle. Just get what you can get out of him now. Get the most you can get now before you decide to marry him. Get as much as you can now. Because he might ask you to sign a prenup, which he most likely will if he got a trust. Okay? So, you need to gather as much as you can before you get married. You hear me? Then when you got enough to where you don't even need to marry this fool no more, then you say, okay, I'll marry you. And if you start to see the signs like I was telling you about, you can divorce with no strings attached. You got money already on your own. He gave you prior to. You see? Just do research, man. He wants to buy $500,000 health insurance policy for him. Yeah, but is it going to be if he dies of natural causes or accidental death? And how old is he? And are they going to make him take a health test? If he passes the health test, you know, and it's not accidental in health, if it's not accidental health insurance, I mean, not accidental death insurance, make sure it's, you said health insurance, you mean life insurance. You mean life insurance? Read the fine print, baby. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Okay. You was out doing a photo shoot with a former top model. A very dusty old man approached. Why? He was living his last days. He might as well go try to approach. He ain't got that much time left. You said he might as well. Some family members hate on me for always going out with full face of makeup and pretty clothes and for taking care of my looks. Well, you know what? Let them hate. If they can't compete, they gonna hate, baby. That's all. That's all that matters. Who cares? They're not you. You ain't them. Y'all ain't supposed to be the same person looking like the same thing. Some people are better. Some people ain't. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Okay. Anyway, remember that you're not there to please everybody. They might be there to please you, and if they can't, then who cares? Find somebody who can. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Like, I can't imagine living life worried about what people think. I just can't. I don't care. They need to be worried about what I think. They need to be worried about you thinking they're a pygmisha and don't care about what they look like and are low effort. They need to care about what you think. Why don't you have some opinions? Why don't you say, well, I'm sorry I'm not low effort. I'm sorry I don't leave the house looking like who did it and why? Like, y'all, excuse me. Why don't they care about what you think? Your opinions are valuable, just as valuable as theirs, and yours make more sense than theirs does. You understand? So why don't you start talking? It's like, oh, I'm so sorry. I'm not looking nice today. I don't want to look like y'all. See what happens. Then they gonna start trying to get dressed. No, I'm sorry. I like to look my best when I leave the house. I don't like to look like I just rolled out of the bed. So sorry. Oh, well, I like to look like I put effort into what I look like. I like to look like I care about myself. But y'all go, I don't mind going out with y'all looking like that. They'll just think y'all are my assistants. Right? That's your entourage, your assistants, okay? There you go. That's probably what they feel like. The maids, the assistants. All right. You said a what? Shira, I no longer care what you or our corrupted, lawless country thinks to say about me. I hate of whatever being born in this cursed nation stop legally surveilling me. You know what? You probably get one of them checks from them for the government, them crazy checks. So you need to be thankful for that. All right. And a discount on me is what you probably need to go take. So you need to be thankful for that for sure. Do you understand? Sprinkle, sprinkle. Hey, Shira, you look beautiful. Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate you. I always be them crazy people talking mess about this and that, and you be getting a check right in the mail on time every month from them people. Sprinkle, sprinkle. You said, how can we get a check though? Figure it out. Ask that man. Ask whoever that is. They can tell you how to get that government check. Start making no sense. There you go. Sprinkle, sprinkle. I says, don't make no sense. They can get you a check, baby. Every month. All right. I know people that probably do that on purpose. It was so funny. I was in Houston like a couple of months ago, last month. Yeah, it was last month. Because I live in the suburbs on the outskirts. But when you go into the city, the more crazier the people get. You know what I mean? So sometimes people fake certain things so they can get checks. You know what I mean? Like mental disabilities, all that kind of stuff. Or free shelter for the evening. Some people just start making no sense. That's how they be getting them checks. Went to Houston Museum while on vacay. Couples with money there. Single men or two. Freestyle at museums. Maybe. Yeah, why not? Sprinkle, sprinkle. All right. When you start taking care of yourself, some women are mean for no reason. Who cares? They're supposed to be mean because they ain't taking care of themselves. All right. You make them feel insecure because they don't take care of themselves. Instead of going and using that energy to take care of themselves better, they're just going to give it to you. They're just going to give you energy because they don't understand how to give it to themselves. So whatever energy that they're giving to you, whether it's hate or being angry, take it, transmute it into more beauty. Okay? That's all you got to do. Then women are giving you free energy. Please use it. How do you feel secure in a marriage when his family has money, lawyers, and resources, and you don't come from that? No prenup, but he has a trust, and I worry about outmatched if things ever went wrong. Okay. So that means you'll need a man on the side that will secure you financially because sounds like you ain't gonna get nothing if you try to leave that man. It also sounds like when he dies, you ain't gonna get nothing either. Okay, sprinkle. Because chances are all his money, all his estates, all his mama's estates, or whoever, are in a trust that you can't touch. All right. Sprinkle, sprinkle. So you better get you a plan B, baby. What you can do is take out an insurance policy, a life insurance policy that you pay for yourself. That's the best thing you can do. And collect as much money as you can from him now while he's alive, before he wants to leave or before he dies. This is what y'all don't understand as women. Y'all think y'all are secure, and a lot of times y'all are not, especially if they come from money and they got everything set up through the lawyers that you can't touch. You need to collect as much money as you can now from them by making them buy you stuff, by making them give you money and stashing it away. Then you need to get a life insurance policy that you pay for with the money that they're giving you. And you need to keep that. So if something happens to them, you covered and you don't have to go through the courts. All the money that they gave you and put in your accounts and stuff, save it. All right. Because when it's time to go, are you ready to go? Or if they're ready to go and off this earth, you're taken care of without having to go to court. Okay? Sprinkle, sprinkle. Or you can get some money and you can put all your assets in a trust so that And if y'all have kids, now you could put in one of them kids' names, the trust, so he can't touch it, or your mom's name or something like that. You need to learn from them how to make your money work for you because they already showed you what they're doing. You can copy it. You understand? There you go. Sprinkle, sprinkle. And if you want to trust, all you got to do is you got to call a lawyer. You're like, hey, hi, lawyer. How are you? I would like to open a trust. You can put some money in there. You can put some property in there. Your business in there, whatever. All right. They'll explain to you everything you need to know. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Okay. And if you look good and meet the lawyer in person, he'll go extra mile for you, man. Sprinkle, sprinkle. What? PB cheated. What's a PB? Made him well to get back. Took him to the vet, but I'm not ready to roll around. How to tell him without making him think he discussed me. He already know he discussed you. Okay? He already knows. Make him use 3 forms of protection. Make him go buy 3 forms of protection. Then change your mind at the last minute. And just tell him, I'm just not feeling it. I can't do it right now. Like, I just keep thinking about you with that other person. Can we just hold hands and watch a movie? All right. Get you some numbing cream. Put it on your hand and be like, okay, let me think about it. And then touch him. Get him all numbed up so he can't feel nothing anyway. Right. And then it's like, no, I changed my mind. So sorry. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Thank you, ma'am. Sprinkle, sprinkle. He ain't gonna be feeling it no more. All right, y'all. I think I'm gonna wrap this up. It's a diabolical. Hey, be the villain. If you're not the villain in your relationship, you need to learn how to become one. Do you understand? Sure, I'm worried I'm doing too much with my looks. People in this town only wear hiking gear and no makeup. How are you doing too much if that's how you want to look? Who are you trying to attract, first of all? What type of man are you trying to attract? If you are in a town full of people that dress down, then you need to dress slightly better. If you're doing way too much, yeah, you're going to look out of place. So if they're just wearing hiking boots and what? Hiking gear and no makeup, you put on some cute makeup and wear you a cute little hiking. Okay, do your hair and wear your perfume. Just look like a better version of what they look like. You know? That's all you got to do. Look like the leveled up version of what they wish they looked like. Maybe you will inspire other women to do more. Do you know that you can do that? Think about this. If you lived in a town full of blah looking boring people and you saw some chick get up every day, put her little makeup on, put her little hiking outfit on, curl her little hair, have her little nails in place, and she walked by, got her little coffee, walked out, and you were just looking humdrum like you didn't roll out the bed, wouldn't you say, maybe tomorrow I'll curl my hair? Oh, maybe tomorrow I'll throw on some lip gloss. And maybe I'll start to do my eyelashes. Maybe I'll start to wear perfume and lip gloss, and that would be cute with my hiking. Maybe I should get some pink hiking socks or whatever y'all be wearing. I don't know. Maybe you can inspire women to do better when you do, okay? Why don't you be the inspiration that your town needs? Sound like a Hallmark movie. Sprinkle, sprinkle. How's the weather in Texas? Hot, humid. And where I am, it's hot and humid here. Mm-hmm. You live in a whole country or well, put on makeup and stop trying to be like everybody else. Like, think about this. If they don't wear makeup, won't you look better than them? If you put some on? Think about it. You got the advantage. Put some on anyway. Who cares what they doing? What are you doing? You know, you don't have to put a lot on, but just put some on. Mm. You said Tomb Raider style. Yeah, you're a little Tomb Raider. Get you some eyeliner, some lip gloss, or some bronzer. There you go. Put your hair in that little Angelina Jolie braid ponytail thing. Get you one of them leg straps and some shorts. There you go. Tomb Raider, right there. Mm-hmm. If you've already shown a man too much interest and made yourself too available, can you ever change? Yeah, ghost. When he come looking for you, that's how you know he likes you. All right. You can like slightly ghost him. It's like, I've just been so busy lately. I'm just gonna be so busy. Hopefully we can make time for each other. Hopefully. If he likes you, he's gonna call you and be like, hey, you all right? Haven't we haven't seen each other in a while. You wanna do this? You wanna do it? He'll start to pursue you. Okay. Don't say, okay, it's over. Okay. It's like, I'm gonna be really busy this week. Hopefully we'll get to talk. Because I like our talks. Then he'll call you if he likes to talk to you. If not, he's like, oh, she's busy. She don't care. I don't care. I'm glad she's busy. So stop doing too much. What should I wear to this country club barbecue Saturday after a golf charity classic? Well, if you're going to be outside, are you going to be outside or inside? It's summer, so you need to wear light colors. Okay. Country club, you could do tennis skirt, tennis dress, golf outfit. You could do a sundress. You could do so many things. Don't do anything tight, of course. Appropriate for what you're doing. A cute little summer like linen dress would be cute. Appropriate for the daytime and in a barbecue. Mm-hmm. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Probably flats versus heels unless it's inside. Sandals, flats, something. Let's see if Sasha want to go eat. Want to go eat? I'm hungry. All right. And where do you go to eat? Wherever I want. Mm-hmm. What do you think about being friends with a provider's wife? Sounds stupid to me. Sounds dangerous and dumb. But you know, some people be doing that. Yes. Sounds like a Tubi movie. What? How do you properly thank men for investing in you without seeming too interested? You look them in the eye and you say, "Thank you so much. I truly appreciate everything you've done. I mean, I really do." Then walk away. There you go. Straightforward, to the point. Okay. She said she's gonna eat her leftovers from yesterday. Yeah. Thoughts on casinos for the first date? Where do y'all live? Las Vegas? Is it at upper? I don't know. Like to me, like I don't live in Vegas or Atlantic City or wherever y'all be gambling at. So to me, that's not really impressive. That's something you do on vacation, like with your friends and stuff. It doesn't seem like a romantic date or an impressive date unless you're getting his money and you can do it without gambling it. Unless he's taking you to the casino shops to shop. You know what I mean? Like, can we go to the gift shops first? If you're going to be drugged to a casino, make sure you go through the shops first. Make him buy you an outfit, give you some gambling money, and then pop half of it first, and then maybe gamble a few dollars. But I don't feel like it's an impressive date. I feel like it's kind of maybe he's addicted to gambling or something. I don't even know. I remember when I was younger, some man took me. We were dating for a while, and he was like, "Hey, do you want to go to my poker game and be good luck?" I said, "Yeah, if you give me some of the winnings." Okay. So if I'm good luck, then you win. You better give me some of that good luck money. Hmm. I remember like back in the day, like this guy, he was like, he really liked me, and he was all right, but he liked me more than I liked him. So he would always want me to go with him to play poker and stuff. Like he had a motorcycle, he had a Harley, he played poker, you know. He was always like, "Will you go with me?" He wanted me to be his arm candy and stuff, but um, we just didn't really get along. He was too much of he. I think he had OCD or he clean freak or something that was crazy like that. Um, things people that are like super too particular. I can't stand them people. So didn't work out. But yeah, I think that's something you do after you've been dating a while, not as a first date. You said he might be in debt, girl. That's crazy. So do you always think from personal benefit when speaking to men you're interested in? Of course. When a man speaks to you, what is he thinking about? Is he saying, "Oh, this is my future wife I want to invest in and have children with and hold her hand and look into her eyes and, you know, gaze up at the stars in the moonlight"? You think men are thinking about that when they're looking at you? Thank you, ma'am. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Okay. Think about it. It's chances are that a man's thoughts are more foul than yours as a woman. All right. Your thoughts are how to benefit my life and my future. His thoughts are how to benefit on a mattress. All right. I saw a t-shirt online and I posted it on my Instagram and on my TikTok and it said, I might be a horrible person, but at least I'm not a man. Sprinkle, sprinkle. All right. So most women know that when a man approaches them, they're only after one thing, unless they act accordingly. And most men aren't going to act accordingly because they are after that one thing. Some men will lie to you or love bomb you, thinking that they're going to get to that thing faster. But women are too intelligent now, or they know too much game now to fall for the okie dokie anymore. So a lot of men aren't going to approach you because they don't know how to approach you for you not to know why they're approaching you. Do you understand? They won't approach because they already know you know the game. And they don't want to approach you out of the kindness of their heart, out of the goodness of their heart, out of the wanting to invest in you in the future and treat you like a lady and properly court you. That's why they won't approach you, because that's not what they want. And they're afraid you're going to clock their game from a mile away. And so instead of being rejected in public for being the type of man that they are, they just don't even approach hardly anymore because they want the pygmishas to come after them. That's why a lot of these men out here want to be pursued, because they know a pygmisha will chase after a man because they seek male validation, because they don't have self-esteem and they're easily gotten to the mattress. Okay. So this is why a lot of these men are acting like that, because they only want to roll around on the mattress. They don't want a future with you. They don't want to do this. They don't want to do that. So that's why you need to be aware. Okay. Now, when a man comes and uses the line like, is that all you see a man for? If you were to go out with your woman and she has on a revealing top and a form-fitting outfit, you're going to be like, don't you think you should change clothes? And she's going to be like, no, I look good in this. Why should I change clothes? And the man is going to be like, because all these men are staring at you and they're just going to be like fantasizing about what you are like in bed, and they're just going to want to sleep with you, and they might approach you because that's how they know all men. They know all men have dirty thoughts. They know all men just want to sleep with you, including themselves. So this is why a lot of times men don't like you to look your best. That's why they don't like you to look max or to go out in full makeup and hair and da da da, because they already know how other men think, because that's how they think. So if you know this information, especially as a man, you know how men think, women know how men think now, a lot of them do. Why would you expect a woman to even deal with you as a man if you are not beneficial to her at all? Because all you have to offer, if you're not offering anything beneficial, are weird stares, expectations to roll around on the mattress. So what else is there? See? So it's better to deal with men for beneficial reasons, because if you're not dealing with them for beneficial reasons, they're going to be dealing with you for superficial reasons, trying to get you to that mattress. How to stay powerful in relationships. How to stay powerful is staying self-focused. Okay. You don't let relationships change you. All right. There's supposed to be added bonuses. All right. You don't turn into a pygmisha when you get a man. Your bank account should go up though. Sprinkle, sprinkle. It's just someone else there. You make each other enjoy the company of each other more than if you were, by yourself, and he's paying. That's it. Y'all enjoy each other's company. You save your money, he spends his on you. Wonderful. You'll have things in common. You talk, you enjoy each other. You save your money, he spend his. That's it. And men that are straight like to spend money on women. All right? There's no shame in it. It's actually a flex. Okay. Mm, the what? How do I become the kind of woman who naturally enjoys putting effort into herself? By putting effort into yourself. It's a habit. You got to make it into a habit. The same way a kid becomes the type of teenager and adult that brushes their teeth every day. The same way. Do it every day. All right. You know them people that weren't trained to brush their teeth every day? They ain't got no teeth. You know? They don't brush their teeth. So they probably fell out. They probably lost their teeth. So you want to keep your looks, you need to work on them every day. Okay? Make it into a habit. How to detach while in a relationship. To we have no passion or romance. He takes excellent care of me. He always tired from his hard labor job. Down low. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Down. He's on the down low, baby. Or if y'all still roll around on the mattress, but it's just not romantic and stuff, men aren't like that. Okay. If you just want to wham bam, turn over, thank you, ma'am, go to sleep. You know, when I don't know how old that man is, but if his stuff ain't working no more and he's tired, he ain't gonna roll around unless he's rolling around somewhere else. If he's young, he might be gay or is cheating, or his stuff might not work no more if he old. Which one is it? Because you didn't give me no age. You said I don't see a problem either. I sure don't see a problem. You know why? Because I would be out with his money, buying cute outfits, going to brunch, going on vacation, going out to eat. I would care nothing about any type of romance from that man because the finance is the romance, in my opinion. Okay? You can romance your own life with his money. Okay? If he don't like romance or passion, who cares? You like money, right? Use that money to romance your own lifestyle. Okay? Buy you some cute clothes. Get you some nice shoes. Take yourself out to brunch. Go to brunch with your sister, your friends, whoever. Romance your own life. We don't need a man to romance us. I mean, it would be nice, but that's not his thing. Go romance yourself. You can have more fun anyway. Go antique shopping, go to brunch. You ain't gonna have nobody telling you, hurry up. You know? You could have a much more romantic life if you romanticize your own life. And then maybe once he sees how you romance your own life, he might want to do the same for you. You said, well, meeting a second date at a 5-star resort. Okay, he's kind, but I don't want to like him too much yet. He's a bit quiet and reserved. What? Gregarious and outgoing. Any advice? Calm down. If you got to write out the word gregarious, you too. I know you crazy. Calm down. You don't get no points for being quirky. Okay. Calm down. Take you a ashwagandha wanda. Get you ashwagandha wanda, a ashwagandha gummy before you go out on a date. Okay. Take that. Calm yourself down and stop trying to be too much. Now, you can be like that with your friends or your family, but if you scared this man away, he can't spend no money on you. You understand? All right. When a woman's personality is too strong, men are like, I can't take her around nobody. So just act and get his money, okay? Mm-hmm. You said be honest, but as a Pisces, that wouldn't bother you. As a Asha, what? As somebody that's over like doing too much, yeah, it would bother me. If I think you're on drugs, I don't want to be around you. And I'm not saying that in a bad way. I'm like you seem like you own something, you ain't own something. I can't do it. I like my peace. You understand? Like you gonna make me anxious. Sprinkle, sprinkle. All right, calm down. You're not there to impress him. He's there to impress you. You understand? If he can't impress you, then he's failed. How not how not so pretty women get men wrapped around them by becoming pretty. Okay, I've seen women online who are not particularly pretty, but they have pretty habits, pretty clothes, pretty jewelry, pretty hair, pretty makeup, pretty nails, pretty environment. Everything is pretty around them, maybe except them. But you add all that pretty around you, all them pretty accessories, they just gonna group you in with it and be like, okay, I guess you can make it. You know what I'm saying? So if you're not particularly pretty, that's when you need to go all the way and make everything else pretty. Your hair, your nails, your makeup. You know what I'm saying? Your perfume, your outfits, your table, your rug. As in a lack of romance and passion. Girl, I don't care about no romance and passion. I'm old. Okay, once you get to a certain age, you're not going to care about it no more. All right. It just means you need another one on the side. See, a Pisces, we'll just go get another one on the side, baby. Sprinkle, sprinkle. As a Pisces, if we want romance and passion, we'll go get it elsewhere if it ain't where it's supposed to be. You know what I'm saying? That's as a Pisces. We'll give it to ourselves, and if we still want somebody, we'll go get it somewhere else, baby. We ain't trying to work. We ain't trying to make you do no extra. Okay, you giving us money, great, wonderful. You don't want to give us that, great, wonderful. We respect that. But if we want it, we gonna find a way to go get it. You know what I'm saying? That's a Pisces for you. All right. You know where to go get you some romance. Either from yourself or from another person. Ma'am, come on. You already know what I'm gonna tell you. So make sure they ain't broke. You said, as a fellow fish, I concur. Exactly. We ain't finna wait around for you to get your stuff together. If you don't want to do it, somebody else will. That's just gonna be us. That's who we are. All right. We ain't finna beg you. We finna go get it times 3 plus some money somewhere else. All right. Sure, you're actually an Aquarius. You can't change my mind. Girl, I am a March Pisces, far from Aquarius. All right. You said experimenting with eliminating meat so to see if it helps your glow up. It will. Try to keep going because my hair, weight, and clothes, etc., already leveled up. Yeah. You will see a difference in your skin, your breath, your perspiration. You will see a difference in, I would say, your digestive system, of course. So yeah. It'll almost be like you're cleansed. Like literally. It's like you're gonna be cleansed, literally. Let's So if you want to experience what that feels like, yeah, you like I would say go like a month or 2 or 3 months and you will get the full experience of it. Of all the what comes with it. If you can do it for 3 months straight, you'll see the difference. And if you don't like it, go back to eating meat, fine. You'll see the difference. I think it takes about 3 months. Mhm. All right. I'm not the vegan teacher, y'all. I don't care if y'all eat meat or not. She just said she was gonna try it to see if it glows up her beauty. Okay. But to get the full effect, it needs to be like for 3 months straight. All right. And, you know, if whatever you are trying to accomplish, if you learn about it and educate yourself about it, it's easier to do anyway. Okay. You have a friend who is an Aquarius, she or don't give Aquarius. Nope. You like my new microphone? Thank you. You said you're telling men you're retired so they know it's princess territory. I wouldn't even use the word retired. I don't know how old you are though, but if you're old enough to be retired, yeah, or just say, you know what, I'm taking a break. Hmm. What are some books that you recommend to level up your energy, look, and lifestyle? I'm so glad you asked. Sprinkle, sprinkle. How to date a provider and avoid a dusty. Too pretty to pay bills. But the one that's probably going to be best for you to level up your energy, looks, and lifestyle is Leveling Up to Your Best Life, Creating a Life of Comfort and Luxury. And this is on any budget. Okay. This tells you how to romanticize your own life, how to level up your looks, your environment, how to romanticize everything that you do, how to do things to make you more self-aware, how to deal with people. A lot of the questions that y'all ask me, I also discuss in here, and this is you can get this in a hardcover or paperback. It's gonna be pink when you order it online, but it's a glossy like, coffee table book. But it's also a good read in telling you exactly what you need to be doing. There's like a table of contents in the front. So we got like bonding with a spouse or significant other. We have luxury comfort kit, like how to create one, everyday luxury dining, whether you're alone or out or at your own house, mindful personal fashion, you know, mindful eating, why I chose to live on purpose. Perspective is key. You create your own reality. Don't forget to have fun, alone time, and how to say no, how to map out your time, how to deal with certain family members. So a lot of the stuff in here and how to live your best life, how to deal with certain people. There's also some DIYs back in here, how to celebrate yourself, how to treat yourself how you want others to treat you. And it also has leveling up, goals, all this self-care, all this kind of stuff. So definitely pick this up if you are trying to improve your lifestyle, and it will be so helpful. It's an easy read. It's also a coffee table book. There's photos, blah, 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 blah. And there's a nice picture of me in the back. If you just want a nice picture of me. There we go. Sprinkle, sprinkle. All right. You can't find it on Amazon. It's called actually, there's a link in the description bar of the video. It says all my level up books, but it's called Leveling Up to Your Best Life by Shira 7. Okay. and it's on Amazon. You got to click on the books section, and then type it in. But I also have all my books linked in the description bar. There's all my level up books, and then it has a link to all of them on one page. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Changing your reality. You say go into depth about that. Changing your reality is changing how you feel about yourself and your perspective in life. And only making decisions that are going to be beneficial and lead towards the life you want. It's that simple. People just overcomplicate everything because they don't want to do the work. Do you understand? And yes, looks maxing is part of that work. It is. Do you understand me? So it is very simple. You got to have high standards. You got to look good. You got to only accept what is going to lead you to what you want. Everything else, it's a no. All right. So let's say I'm going to marry a man that has lots of money and start my own business and do this and do that. Okay. Well, when a Dusty walks up to you, that's not part of that plan. So you don't even entertain it for 2 seconds. You dismiss and you move forward. Okay. You don't sit there and consider it. You don't sit there and think about, oh, I should talk to this Dusty. No, he's not part of the plan. He doesn't get a second of your time, darling. Do you understand? It's like that. It's understanding that if you get drunk and drink alcohol and end up on a mattress with a Dusty, that you're not creating the life you want. Do you understand? That's what it is. It's taking accountability and responsibility and only making beneficial moves towards what you want in life. Everything else and everything in this world is a choice, and it is also perspective. If you can't see it and you don't take accountability, you're going to end up somewhere you don't want to be. Literally it. Happy to catch you live. What should I do on Sunday to meet provider men also look stunning? Sunday, everybody's at home with their family. Sunday, people they're not out on the prowl. That's for broke people, okay? You don't go out on a Sunday to meet rich people. All right? Sprinkle, sprinkle. Unless you go into church on a rich side of town. You understand? And a lot of rich people don't even be going to church. So, don't go on a Sunday. Go on a weekday. That's when all the rich people are out, when everybody's at work. During the day, on a weekday. All right. Glad I could catch you live today. Long time no see. Uh-oh, thank you, ma'am. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Appreciate you. If you're going to go out on a Sunday, go early in the morning or go to a rich area. That's the best you can do. But most of the time, it's going to be the broke people that are out and about on the weekend. You know what I mean? If you don't believe me, go to the rich mall. Everybody got a rich mall in their city, right? Go to the rich mall during the weekday, in the middle of the day, and walk around. And go on the weekend, get the difference. You know? Go to the rich shopping center on the weekday. Walk around. See the people there. Then go on the weekend. You know? Just do the little test and you'll understand what I'm telling you. Okay. A lot of people that have money will not step foot in a shopping center, a mall, or restaurants on the weekends. They save that for the weekdays when most people are at work. Okay. So they're not out on the weekend unless you get up early in the morning. You got to get up for breakfast. That's it. And then they're gone after that. They poof, disappear because they know who's coming. Thank you, Sprinkle Sprinkle. Appreciate you. What about the 4th of July weekend? They're not out and about on the 4th of July. Rich people, they're at house parties, yacht parties, you know, lake house. They're there. They're over there. Okay. Broke people go out and party on holidays. Rich people, they go to their family country house. They go to the lake. They might have a beach house somewhere. They're hooking up with family and friends. That's what they're doing. Or they're taking the boat out. They're not going to be at no club and they're not going to be out. All right. So, y'all got to understand a lot of y'all are going to the wrong events at the wrong times looking for people with money and they are not there. Think about it. If you had a lot of money, just let's just think about this real quick. If you had a lot of money, why would you want to be surrounded by a bunch of broke people? Think about it. Sprinkle, sprinkle. When is the best time for you to go do stuff where you can just be relaxed and free? When everybody's at work. Okay. So, y'all got to understand they're not out on the weekends. They're not out at night, late night, and they're not partying like that. Okay. Now, I've had women that say, "Oh, I'm serious about this lifestyle. I want to meet a provider, but I work 9 to 5 and I don't have time." Ma'am, you better make time. You best to make time. You better call in sick. You better have a fake doctor's appointment. You better take your sick days off. You better take your vacation days and you better go dilly dally and hang out during the daytime in the rich areas. Okay. You take whatever you're trying to do and accomplish seriously in your personal life just as much as you take your little, regular job. You might meet somebody when you're out during the right time of day versus being stuck at work. That's all I'm going to tell you. Thank you, Shauna, Sprinkle Sprinkle. So take some time off. You know, have you a little fake doctor's appointment. I don't know. You got to get out sometime. Sacrifice. Be like, okay, I need to work remote from home from Wednesday. Work 2 hours, and say you got a doctor's appointment, and then say it's a standing doctor's appointment for this much long, and I got to work and be out on that day. Lie. Y'all can lie to your jobs. Okay. You ain't gonna need it no more if you meet the right man. Start your own business then. Mm-hmm. What's the best way to react when they are constantly grumpy and complaining about my non-affection attitude? You got to come up with a sob story, a fake trigger. All right. I just never was really comfortable with affection ever since, and then make up some story that's fake and lies. And then tell them what can change it, and it needs to cost money. Say, but I'm working on that. I feel like when you take me shopping and show me you care, when you buy me gifts and things like that, it makes me feel closer to you. And, that's when I really feel like um, I'm close to you. And when I feel close to you, that's when I want to be more affectionate. Tell them you're working on it. Do you recommend getting a job at at a rich place to meet provider? Friends met hers at a flight attendant as a flight attendant from the Emirates, and oh, okay. Well, it wouldn't hurt to work where people with money are going to be. If you have to work, yeah. Work around some money. Sprinkle, sprinkle. I know a couple of ladies that work at private airports as well. So try that too. Sprinkle, sprinkle. So if y'all are working on looking your best every time you leave the house, you should not have too many problems getting what you want in life. All right. Just keep working on it. All right. Or remember, even if you don't think of yourself as pretty, make everything around you pretty. Make your clothes pretty, make your hair pretty, make your feet pretty. Okay. And you're going to be pretty by association. All right. Don't give up on yourself just because you don't think you fit the standard of beauty. Make sure that you look like a walking pile of prettiness, whether you think you're pretty or not. Okay? Because that's what makes you pretty, how you feel about yourself and how much effort you put into yourself. Okay? You might not be the most beautiful woman in the world, but if you put in effort, if you have, high self-esteem, if you put in energy and treat yourself how you want others to treat you, you're going to get way better treatment as if you had done nothing. Do you understand? You're going to get way better treatment for trying than not trying at all. You're going to get way better treatment from trying than just giving up. Okay? So don't give up. Keep going. Yep. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Keep trying. You're going to look better if you try rather than looking bad if you don't try at all. That's what I said. Okay. Would you recommend to stay completely unbothered or show some affection when they're getting grumpy? If you only show affection when they're getting grumpy, they're gonna know it's fake anyway, and they're not gonna appreciate the affection that you are giving them. If you come up with a real legitimate fake reason, at least they have something to go on. And if they know they have to earn your affection, maybe they'll start to earn it. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Okay. If you don't want to give them affection, just say you're not an affectionate person. Or tell them you show your affection in other ways, like compliments. Then you could just lie to them. Or find a form of affection you don't mind showing, like holding his hand, you know, scratching his back with your fake nails. I don't know. Or brushing his hair. You need to find a form of affection that you can tolerate. And you need to come up with a good story behind it so he appreciates it and likes it. Okay, you got to get creative. Mm-hmm. You said what? Thank you, ma'am. Would what? Anybody can look pretty. Yeah, they got to find their own style. That's right. And you have to be consistent. Because if they see you looking pretty one day and looking like who did it and why the next day, it's not real. It's not a real lifestyle. It's not who you are, you know? And a lot of men aren't going to take a chance if you only look good once a month. You know, I never understood those type of women who only get dressed to go out, who only look good once a week or once a month. That doesn't make sense to me. It's like, it's not even real. All right. I never understood that. Like I used to see girls that would go to school and they would only dress up on certain days because were required to, because they were in like drill team or something. And they would have to wear the makeup and the outfit to school or whatever. And the rest of the day they look like a bum. And I know a lot of women dress down because they don't want to seek male attention and da da da. But you need to dress nice for yourself. There are ways you can look nice without always having to get male attention. You know what I'm saying? You can be well put together and polished without being like overly sexual or anything like that. So just learn your style and how to look the best and how you feel comfortable with yourself, you know? Because there ain't no reason you should be walking around looking terrible. Hmm. You said, what about the ladies who suffer from chronic fatigue syndrome and have low energy? I don't know. I think that I don't know. Maybe hopefully you can change your diet. I guess if you've seen all the doctors you can see, just try to look good anyway. Get you some nice robes and house slippers, girl. Look Max in the bed. Get you this, Miss. Who sent me this? I know your name starts with a B. Hold on, hold on. Brianna or Bianca, whoever. Oh, it's Bianca. Miss Bianca. Miss Bianca, thank you for sending me this off of my wish list. Get you a cute satin robe. Look at that. You could be chronically fatigued, still looking good, man. Look at that. Get you the house slippers to match. Put your makeup on in the bed, man. Like them old sick ladies with the turbans on the movies from the days. They be in the bed doing this. Look at here. They still got all their jewelry on in the bed and they're just laid up and they're like this in the bed. That's you. All right. You can do it still. You ain't gonna get tired of looking good though, are you? All right, get you some nice robes with some feathers and fur. Get you some cute house slippers. Get you a nice little handheld mirror so you can do your makeup laying down in the bed because you always so tired. Here you go. Take some selfies. All right. I don't know. I don't even know what that is, but you know what? You still look good lounging. Okay, you can lay in the bed and do your makeup. I remember when I gave birth, I had my makeup on the next day. I know you weren't chronically fatigued as much as I was after giving birth, and I still found a way to do it. I was in the hospital like this. I was in that hospital like this. Still posting up, girl. Still bloated from pregnancy, but I still had my makeup on. My eyebrows was on, you know? Why? Because that's a habit for me. I don't care if I'm drained, just gave birth, I'm still gonna look good, baby, because that's who I am. So, you said the elixirs. Yeah, my elixirs will definitely give you some energy, especially phase 1 and 2. You take like 1 full dropper a day, preferably in the morning. You'll have your energy. The links are in the description bar. Yeah. You said you have MS, you live in a delusional reality. I do my best to put myself together. Yeah, that's right. Like whenever you feel like you can do it, or have somebody help you do it. Like, come on, dry my eyebrows. At least. And if you have pretty lounge clothes, you're gonna feel pretty. Anyway, that's why I say you shouldn't have any ratty clothing. Because even if you're not 100% well, you could still feel pretty, you know? Yeah. You said even at home, full makeup. Well, if you feel like wearing full makeup at home to make yourself feel better, you can. If you don't need full makeup, maybe just do skincare. Maybe do a mask, take care of your skin, moisturize, but still do something to make yourself feel pretty. You know, because that's going to boost your self-esteem and confidence and how you feel. It's going to make you feel better. Now, if y'all, I have to understand, some of y'all, self-care is work. Okay? To some of y'all, self-care is habit. To some of y'all, self-care is automatic. It's not, you don't even think about it. It's just automatic, you know. It's a way of life. It's who you are, who you identify as. So it all depends on how much you value self-care. You can tell people, like when you see people out, you can tell people that live in the gym. They ain't got no cellulite. They got that muscle tone, abs. They can wear gym clothes everywhere. They look fit, like they can eat whatever they want and not gain no weight. Then people are living the lifestyle of fitness. Okay. When you see a person that lives a lifestyle of self care, skincare, beauty maxing, you can tell. Okay. They'd be like, dang, how they be looking like that all the time? You can tell because that's where the priority is. That's the lifestyle. So if you want to maximize whatever you're trying to accomplish, you need to live that lifestyle every day. You got to transform your lifestyle into that. That's it. And it may not be a permanent lifestyle because you might change it to something else as you get older, or you might go in a different direction and focus more on something else. But if what you want right now is that type of lifestyle, then that's what you need to focus on and put as your priority. Okay? You can do it. Thank you, ma'am. Sprinkle, sprinkle. You gave me so much confidence that I started my own business and do my best to stay in shape every day, and I stopped being a hopeless romantic. Only money priorities now. Thank you. Uh-oh, girl. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Velvet Nova. Okay. Well, I know your money has gone up for sure. And your self-esteem. So guess what? It's a win-win. Thank you. What do I think about plastic surgery? Well, I have kids. I don't want to risk my life. You know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like I look good enough that I don't need it. You know what I mean? If you look good enough and you don't need it, I don't think people should risk their lives for it, honestly. If kids cry and you when they see you and people don't make eye contact when they're walking down the street and they look away, then that's something else. You know what I mean? So I don't know how it feels to be that person, but if I was that person, I might look into it. But if kids ain't crying when they see you, and people aren't crossing the street, so they ain't got to make eye contact with you, I think you can make it work with what you got. You know, I think kids, definitely children, will tell you if you need plastic surgery or not. Okay, meaning if they don't like you, if they don't want to be around you, if you scaring them, yeah, maybe you need to look into it. So if you're trying to look younger, if you're trying to look younger, I would say look into every option other than that and seek it out. And if it works, great. If it don't, and that's your last option, and you don't want to go gently into aging bad, then look into it. You know what I mean? I would say that. But don't just do it for no reason. That's all. Make sure you got a legitimate reason. Do I think men like women with plastic surgery? Only if it's obvious. And a lot of times, like, it just depends on what kind they had. Are they going to take them seriously? Are they going to wife them? Do they even want to be married? It's all about what your goals are. I would say, as a woman, if your goals are to bag a certain type of man and you think they look like a certain type of look, then great. But I would say if you don't tell them and they can't tell, then who cares? A child hug you today? Oh, that's so sweet. Then you must look pretty. You said, let me see a close up of your nail. Girl, I just put these on while I was live. These are press ons. Girl, these are press on nails. I ordered online. They match my fit. Okay. Someone said doing mob wife maximalist. I'm doing mob wife maximalist look today. Yes, I am. Y'all, my purse is over there too. I got my little Chanel purse, my little gold sandals. I guess I better go find somewhere to go. Let me see if my daughter wants to go do something. Oh, she don't want to do that. I think my other daughter will want to do something when she get home. She just got her hair done. Thank you. What if you low-key hate socializing? You don't have to socialize. You just have to look and attract one person and get their money. Sprinkle, sprinkle. You got to look good enough to attract somebody to come on over and give you their money. That's it. It's so funny. Like, y'all think socializing is talking to everybody. No, socializing, yeah, it can be draining. But if you look good and one person makes their way across the room for you, you only literally got to talk to that person to get their money. All right. It's less, you said alcohol, right? Get you some alcohol, some shots of tequila or something, ma'am. Some wine. How to deal with disrespect from your provider when he says sorry later, but you don't deserve that. Girl, tell him to go get his testosterone checked. He having mood swings. Don't look. You know what? I am so cold that I would just chalk it up and bruise his little ego when he came back to apologize. That way, in the future, he gonna check himself beforehand because he doesn't want to bruise his ego again. It's like, yeah, I noticed you've been having a lot of mood swings lately. I just think it's, you're going through that male menopause thing, or like maybe you've been eating like, yeah, too many chicken wings and your testosterone is just low. I don't take it personally. I know men go through changes as well, and their testosterone gets low at times. So, don't worry about it. That way, next time, and or he hold on. So, my daughter, she's on her way home, so we can go eat. Yay! Mhm. Yeah, you just like bruise his little ego so he don't act stupid the next time because you're just gonna think there's something wrong with him. You're like, yeah, I know you just have low testosterone. Don't worry about it. A lot of men do that. Before he disrespects you again, he's gonna be like, I think I have low testosterone, which is gonna emasculate me, and then she's gonna have to make up an excuse for me because I'm lacking, you know? And if you never took the disrespect personally, he knows that if he tries to do it again, it doesn't have any power. This is why I tell y'all never take anything personally. When you take things personally, when you're easily triggered, when people see that they can get to you, it takes away your power. But when people don't get to you and you just let them rant and rave and just look at them like they're a bug or something is wrong with them, like, okay, you don't take the disrespect personally. Okay. You find a way to say, well, you had low testosterone. I mean, I know you're having those mood swings. You're about that age. If you don't take any of that mess personally, people will disrespect you less and less because it doesn't have any power. Do you understand? There you go. Y'all need to learn how to control them emotions. All right? Because if somebody is disrespecting me, I don't take their opinion valuable anyway. They just voicing a little breath. All right? That's how self-obsessed I am. Whatever they're talking about, I don't take it seriously. Like, okay, whatever. Sound like insecurity and low testosterone to me. So it's all about perspective and how you feel about yourself, whether or not another person can get to you. So y'all need to keep that in mind. Mm-hmm. You're like, what? Rolling my eyes. Do friends with cheap boyfriends bring negative energy to your meet? Girl, stop hanging around broke people. Hang around broke people when you're, not trying to accomplish things that are supposed to bring you financial abundance. You shouldn't be hanging around broke people anyway. Not because, only because you're going to become who you hang around. That's just common sense. You're going to start to get the habits of broke people. You're going to start seeking approval from broke people. And that ain't no good thing. You know what I'm saying? So why would you? You're supposed to be their inspiration to do better, which means you can't be hanging out with them. They got to be like, oh, you remember such and such? Yeah, they done got some money now. Well, how did they get that money? I don't know. They got that rich man. Or maybe I should get me a rich man. Maybe you should. You see? Or they started a business with that man money. For real, they started a business with that rich man money? I never thought of that. Let me go get me a rich man and start me a business. You're supposed to inspire them to move up. You're not supposed to be hanging around them. All they're going to do is ask you for some money. Or be like, must be nice. We can't all afford that. All right. Yeah. Help the community by leveling up and showing them that they can do it too. Exactly. You said the same goes around hanging around old bitter hags. I'm only hanging around people that got some money. They can, you know what I'm saying? So thank you. Sprinkle, sprinkle. If them old bitter hags got some money, I'm finna listen to what they got to say because I want some extra money, hmm You said same. What about content out there saying the provider method is scary because nothing is free? How do you? Ain't nothing free when you walk out your house either. Okay. Car insurance ain't free. You can't even work for free because you got to pay them taxes. Ain't nothing free. So perspective is everything. Okay. Perspective is there. Being with a dusty ain't free. Okay. It's gonna cost you more by being with a dusty than it would be cost you from being with a provider. If you smart, you're gonna make you whatever money work in your favor. They don't tell you about that part. They don't assume that you have intelligence as a woman. They don't say that, okay, well, she could get that man's money and start a business. They don't think about that part. But if you with a dusty, you can't even get his money to start a business. Now, can you? Exactly. If you have a goal for what you're getting ready to do, and you have some intelligence behind it and some common sense, I think you're good to go. But if you're dumb and you listen to everybody and you let people put fear into you, you'll never make the first step. And you'll be sitting over there wondering, coulda, shoulda, woulda, baby. All right? You'll always wonder, could you have lived a dust-free life if you had just taken the chance? Sprinkle, sprinkle. Mm-hmm. Or should you just stay with your broke dusty because that's free? That's going to cost you more in the long run. And it's going to cost your future generations for decades and decades to come. All right? So, anybody putting that broke-minded fear in your mind is a broke-minded person. And I told y'all should marry for money and start a business. Where's the fear behind that? You said it'll cost you your health. Not if you got some health insurance and you got a business and you stay unbothered. Why would you care about what somebody's doing if you're not even dealing with them on that level of botheredness? If you learn how to control your emotions and you're strategic and you know what you're doing, I think you're good to go. That's what I teach. If you're an emotional wreck, if you have low self esteem, if you have no common sense, if you don't know that you need to start your business or invest your money back into yourself, then of course you should be scared because you're stupid. All right. All right. I'd be stupid. I'd be scared if I was dumb too. It's hard being stupid in the world, you know? So if you're smart, I don't think you have anything to fear. Honestly. They really think y'all are stupid. Some of y'all are. That's why I make this channel every day. Get up on here and talk. Mm-hmm. Oh, I spent my life being a wife and he took everything and he was a provider. Well, you a stupid woman. That's why. Because I'm getting money before, during, and after. If that man got money, it should only be a matter of time before you got money. Well, he's so controlling. That's because you let him. Well, he only gives me a budget. Well, I'm calling the lawyer. It's this. Well, I'm better and I'm that. You know? Well, I'm a bad wife. That's your problem. To being a free maid. Nobody told you to be no free maid. You know? Well, after 20 years of marriage, he did this. Well, you should have been doing that the whole time too. Because I told you to. Where's your backup plan? You know, if y'all listen to my channel, you ain't gonna fear nothing in no relationship. You're gonna be like, you know what? I watched Shira 7. I got this. I got an extra backup. I got a business, several businesses, extra backup man, couple of backup man, backup plan. All these good books that Shira 7 and wrote. I ain't finna be no housemaid. Ain't finna be nobody's stepmama or nanny. You know, if they run out of money, I'm running out too. Running out the house. If you think like that, there's no fear because you're the villain in the relationship. And who always wins in relationships? The villain. If you ain't the villain in your relationship, that's what the problem is. So you better become one because those are the ones that always win in relationships, which is crazy, but true. Correct. The nice person never wins in a relationship. It's always the villain. Mm-hmm. So when you go in like that, you're going to win. There's no need to be afraid if you're walking in as the villain. Understand? All right. Mm-hmm. You said 50 Shades of Money. I know that's right. What? Y'all, I gotta go. It's been 4 hours. I gotta go eat. I will see y'all later. Thank y'all, everybody. I appreciate you. Sprinkle, sprinkle. Bye.